all of you. Um, Together, we hope that we can work towards actionable solutions that can boost the economy, but also strengthen the communities in northern Kenya. So thank you for being here, and we'd like to take the time now to get started. In order to start, I will be inviting one of our most distinguished guests, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, who is also on Interpeace's board and who will be essentially co-hosting this event and inviting all of you. She'll walk us through the first part of the agenda, and you'll see me in a few minutes. So welcome, Ambassador Mohammed.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. Let me just recognize all our esteemed guests, colleagues, and distinguished participants. For me, it's really a great honor. I joined Interpeace not too long ago. I honestly joined them because I love what they do, the amazing work that they do. So today, it's a great honor and privilege to be here amongst you at this really crucial meeting on building on peace, exploring peace positive investment opportunities in northern Kenya. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our guest of honor, Ms. Teresia Baika, and to each one of you for your presence at this significant dialogue. I would like to warmly greet the governors in attendance today, Governor Wisely, Rotich of Elgeyo Marakwet, Governor Mohammed Aden Khalif, and I know the Deputy Governor is here also from Marsabit County. Aden Khalif is of Mandera County. Your Excellencies, your presence is vital to our discussions, and we look forward to your participation at this event. My equally warm greetings go to Interpeace East and Central Africa board members, Treasurer Lazarus Kimanga, who is here with us, and Dr. Josephine Odera. The two have joined us today, and you're really welcome. At a very personal level, and I'm really sorry to divert, I'm excited to see Josephine after a very long time. I'm pleased to greet among us the chairman of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, Mr. Gizinji Kiragu, an old friend, a dear friend. Very happy to see you today. Dr. Kialo Mwengi, Deputy Director, Legal Services at the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC. Interpeace, dear colleagues, has a long-standing and excellent relationship with NCIC and an MOU that was actually renewed very recently. I would especially like to extend a special thanks to our German partners who are funding both Interpeace's program in Kenya, as well as our Finance for Peace initiative. The First Secretary of the German Embassy is here, Mr. Michael Christian Pirsch, and I'd just like to say that we all join in congratulating you on celebrating this really important national holiday that you have, the Day of German Unity, and that's why it's especially, we're especially grateful that you are able to join us. I am extending to you as well as to His Excellency Ambassador Growth these very special greetings from our meeting. Let me also congratulate our colleagues from GIZ and KfW Development Bank for this auspicious occasion. Thank you for being here on a day that is a national holiday. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge the strategic partnership with the African Development Bank, represented today by Mr. Emmanuel Nyirikwaya. The MOU, he's seated right there. The MOU between our two organizations was signed precisely 1 year ago, on the 3rd of October 2023, marking a significant step forward in our collaborative efforts. We believe, ladies and gentlemen, that this event will be one more opportunity to reaffirm this partnership while embarking on this a very, very important initiative for northern Kenya and for Kenya generally. Lastly, but not least, I would like to thank all Interpeace staff that have worked so hard to make both this event and the entire Finance for Peace initiative in Kenya possible. They are led by Interpeace's Peace Director for Partnerships, Program Development and Innovation, Jean-Paul Giraneza, right there. M&E and Learning, before that, the country representative for Kenya, Hassan Ismail. Hassan, there you go. Head of Global Design, M&E and Learning, Abiso Davis, who is also our moderator today, so you have already heard her, as well as the Head of Partnerships for Finance for Peace Initiative, Bettina Berkeley. And her team includes Marco, it includes Emilia, it includes Nelima, Pauline, Purity, Beatrice, Job, Ken, Mahat, David, and Gumato. And I think they are present here today. So if you'd like to be acknowledged, maybe you could just stand up or put up your hands. I thank all of you for the great work on Interpeace's programs in Kenya. Today, ladies and gentlemen, signifies a pivotal moment in our collective endeavor to promote stability and sustainable development in northern Kenya. This region, abundant in cultural heritage and untapped potential, has long grappled with challenges rooted in conflict, in marginalization, and in socioeconomic disparities. Our purpose today, however, is not to dwell on these challenges. Rather, it's to collaboratively explore how peace-positive investments can pave the way for a brighter future for the communities within this dynamic region. Northern Kenya presents us with complex and deeply entrenched dynamics. It has been marred by cycles of violence stemming from historical grievances, political marginalization, and competition over resources. Ethnic tensions and land disputes have further complicated the situation, and it has left communities vulnerable and marginalized. Acknowledging these realities is crucial as we begin our discussions today, understanding that investments and development actually hold the key to shaping a peaceful, sustainable future. Peace is the cornerstone of sustainable development, going beyond just the absence of conflict, the absence of guns. Organizations like Interpeace have played a pivotal role in this realm through initiatives such as Finance for Peace. Interpeace works in Kenya to strengthen the capacity of our local communities to manage conflicts and promote social cohesion. Its efforts have reshaped community relationships, they have reduced violence, and nurtured trust among diverse stakeholders. As we navigate towards inclusive investment strategies, the concept of peace finance becomes paramount. By integrating peace efforts into our investment frameworks, we can mitigate risks, we can enhance returns, and contribute significantly to a peaceful and prosperous northern Kenya. Our objectives for these discussions are clear, and there are three. The first one is raising awareness. And we're going to do this by cultivating a shared understanding of the development barriers and the development opportunities in northern Kenya. The second objective is integrating peace building by innovatively embedding peace building considerations into investment strategies. And the third one is constructing a collaborative framework by establishing principles that prioritize peace in investments to foster a stable economy and society in northern Kenya. In this spirit, colleagues, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I urge each one of you to engage actively in today's sessions. Your insights and commitment are invaluable as we work towards sustainable growth in northern Kenya. Remember, every contribution is a piece of the solution and will lead to transformative changes. In this spirit of collective efforts, I want to mention Interpeace's partnership with the State Department for devolution of the Republic of Kenya. This partnership keeps growing in strength. We're on the verge of signing an MOU, which will mark a significant step forward in our collaboration. This partnership is a statement to the strong relationship between Interpeace and the government of the Republic of Kenya. It underlines our mutual commitment to foster peace and prosperity throughout the country. We're excited about the potential of this collaboration to integrate peacekeeping and peace-building efforts with initiatives that will empower communities and concretely enhance their well-being. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by making a clarion call for us to unite our collective strength, to turn challenges into opportunities, and to lay the foundation for a sustainable future in northern Kenya. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention and embark on my second task. My second task is to invite some extremely important speakers. The first speaker I'll invite is the First Secretary of the German Embassy, Mr. Michael Christian Piesch, to say a few words. Mr. Piesch, please come forward.
Ambassador Mina, Madam P.S. Mbaika, governors, excellencies, colleagues, partners, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by, first of all, thanking our dear partners and friends from Interpeace for providing me this opportunity on this very special day for us to address this distinguished audience on an issue that is really at the center of our foreign policy agenda, and in particular of the German peace agenda within the UN context. We have already heard it, and it's not only true for maybe northern Kenya, but for many regions, particularly in Africa, but also elsewhere. Protracted conflicts across the globe basically have impeded development efforts, and that's what has led the UN Secretary General to call upon the international community to intensify efforts for peace and identify new sources for financing for peace. And this call, I think, is very much founded and valid because also recently, actually just a few days ago, UN member states in New York reiterated their commitment to building and sustaining peace as they endorsed the Pact for the Future, a pact that was preceded by the Summit of the Future process, a process facilitated by Namibia and Germany. And I think it's right that this sustainable peace pillar featured so prominently in the Pact for the Future, because it's of course the UN and member states' responsibility to uphold and maintain international peace and security. However, at the same time, and you have already alluded to that, Ambassador, the financial needs for investment in peace by far exceed capacities of public funding. So what we've been doing as states, we have been injecting basically peace through grants, through corporations, through the project that we do with Interpeace, but to create a more sustainable, more is needed. And the challenge, and you've I think framed it very in a nutshell basically, is immense. How to integrate peace efforts into an investment framework. I think we can also put it maybe another way. It's and maybe that's also then in a way highlighting the size of the challenge before us. We need to turn the vicious cycle of violent conflict, deterring private investments, and thus minimizing incentives for warring parties to subscribe to a political solution. We need to turn that vicious cycle into a virtuous cycle, hedging risk for investments in conflict-affected areas, unlocking economic activities that can disincentivize armed groups from engaging into conflict, and then trigger a self-sustaining positive dynamic that yields high returns for investors. Basically, we need to make a business case or create the framework conditions for business cases in conflict-affected areas. Since 2020, Germany has spearheaded innovative financing for peace with two primary objectives. One, we want to mobilize additional capital for investments in fragile conflict-affected areas, and we do that through the Investing for Peace initiative that we are currently developing together with our UN partners. For instance, in the form of a concrete new investment vehicle which will undertake peace-positive investments in fragile and conflict-affected regions. And we expect and hope these investments to incentivize profit-seeking investors to follow. We need, and that's the second pillar, also to ensure that these investments go beyond the do no harm approach that we all know and we've been followed in our development activities. We need an approach that positively impacts local peace. Do no harm is just not good enough to achieve lasting, sustainable peace and stability. What we need is finance for peace, and we are very proud that Interpeace is our partner in this endeavor. For this, spending a few more words on this Financing for Peace project. What is it all about? It is about developing tools that are supposed to measure peace-positive investments and guide responsible private sector involvement. We do that through a peace finance impact framework and to peace finance standards. And this conceptual work has already been done. And what we now do is really to move into the implementation phase. And that's where we welcome today's platform to discuss peace-positive investment opportunities in Kenya, as well as practical challenges and ways to implement peace-positive financing on the ground. And in this regard, we are also very proud of our long-standing cooperation with Interpeace in the regions of Mandera, Majia, Turkana, Samburu, West Pokot, Baringo, and Elgeyo Marakwet, where we have been investing in strengthening the resilience of local communities since 2019. So I couldn't think of a better platform than this one with Interpeace, where we bring together also the conceptual side together with practical experience from the ground. This is really a good basis, combining extensive research and lessons learned from peace building in northern Kenya. And we like to use this opportunity to invite all our partners to engage with both initiatives, the Financing for Peace and the Investment for Peace initiatives, and to partake in the development of innovative financing solutions for peace that include and strengthen the private sector. And maybe one last word, since the PS for Devolution is present, of course, speaking on behalf of the German government, for us, peace and devolution, being a federal state, really are not only complementary, but reinforcing. And we can only applaud the close collaboration that you have with Interpeace, and we continue to stay by your side and support you in that endeavor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for that statement. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our main speaker, Ms. Teresia Mbaika, CBS, who is the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Devolution. PS Mbaika holds a Master of Science degree in Health Economics and Policy from the University of Nairobi. She's a champion for the success of devolution, passionate about seeing all Kenyan counties achieve their full economic potential. And now we've converted her into becoming firmly a peace finance investment advocate as well. It's an honor to invite Ms. Mbaika to come and talk to us. And at a very personal level, it gives me really a special delight to welcome a woman in that position as PS for Devolution. And I look forward to all the gentlemen giving her all the support that she needs to carry out this amazingly important function. Please come forward.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you are not just inviting a woman, you are inviting a woman who admires you. And I told her, people, maybe before I get formal, my husband keeps on telling me, I see and Amina in you. So today I'm very excited to share a table with you because I've really wanted to, because she's an intelligent, beautiful, a trailblazer. So I know, not just myself, but many women look up to you. Thank you very much. Ambassador Amina Mohammed, Interpeace Governing Council, Germany Ambassador Representative Michael Christian, Governor Elgeyo Marakwet, Wesley Rotich, Governor Marsabit, represented by the Deputy Governor, Governor Mandera County, Mohammed Adan, Chairman IGRTC, Kithiji Kirago, Interpeace Eastern Central Africa Board members, Lazarus Kimanga and Dr. Josephine Odera, National Cohesion and Integration Commission Deputy Director, Legal Services, Chalo Mwengi, Germany Partners, GIZ and KfW Development Bank, Africa Development Bank and its representative, Emmanuel, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. For those who I have not met before, my name is Teresia Mbaika, PS State Department for Devolution in the Office of the Deputy President. It is both an honor and privilege to address you today at this important event where we seek to build on peace and explore peace-positive investment opportunities in northern Kenya. Let me, from the very onset, extend my sincere gratitude to Interpeace for organizing this crucial dialogue. Today, we gather not merely to discuss investment, but to deliberate on how investment can be a force for peace. Northern Kenya, a region with immense potential and resilience, is at the heart of this conversation. As we embark on this journey together, let us recognize that the nexus between peace building and investment is not just a theoretical concept, but a tangible opportunity for transformative change. Peace building is not just an abstract concept, but a concrete necessity. This is clear especially in the north of our country, where echoes of past conflicts and some ongoing skirmishes still linger. Peace building is fundamental to creating a stable environment where economic and social progress can thrive. Our common commitment to peace is not only a moral obligation, but for this government, it is an economic strategy, one that can unlock unprecedented opportunities for sustainable development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Devolution has consistently championed initiatives that foster peace and stability. We know that without peace, there is no development. That is why we are committed to integrating peace building into our development agenda. We do this by ensuring that every step towards economic growth is accompanied by conscious efforts to maintain and enhance stability. Today, we are standing here together with Interpeace to underscore a vital aspect of the government's strategy, peace-positive investment. By aligning investment opportunities with peace-building efforts, we create mutual benefits for both investors and local communities. Peace-positive investment reduces risks for investors and communities and can achieve both bankable and peace-positive outcomes. Our vision for Northern Kenya is one where investment goes hand in hand with initiatives that foster social cohesion, economic resilience, and long-term stability. Investing in Northern Kenya presents a dual opportunity. Firstly, There is significant potential for financial returns in sectors such as agriculture, renewable energy, and infrastructure. These sectors are not only profitable, but also contribute to the broader goal of social economic development. Secondly, and equally important, investments in these sectors can contribute to overall stability, overall social stability, and ultimately peace. Investments that prioritize local engagement, support community-driven development, and respect the social fabric can play a pivotal role in reinforcing peace and stability. It is this dual benefit economic growth coupled with peace that makes peace-aligned investment in northern Kenya such a compelling investment case. The government of Kenya is committed to creating an enabling environment for investors. However, we recognize that there are some challenges, and a collective approach to address this would be welcome. We need common investment principles that avoid creating conflict and have the potential to build peace for a stable economy and society. We also recognize the value of inter-peace, well-established and impactful peace-building approaches in northern Kenya. It is clear that peace-building considerations need to be better integrated into development finance and mainstreamed into investment approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, in a bid to foster peace and development in Kenya, the State Department for Devolution and Interpeace are working on a memorandum of understanding aimed at enhancing our efforts in peace building, sustainable development, and peace-positive investment throughout our nation. This MOU will establish a collaborative framework that will guide our work within our respective mandates. By joining forces, we will address the complex dynamics of conflict, promote sustainable development, and integrate peace building into our investment strategies. The government is here to collaborate and to facilitate connections, as well as ensure that our shared vision for a thriving northern Kenya becomes a reality. The path to lasting peace and sustainable development is a collective endeavor. It requires the combined effort of government, the private sector, and development partners, as well as peace-building actors. Together, we can transform northern Kenya into a beacon of peace-positive investments, a region where economic opportunity is built on sustainable peace. In conclusion, I urge all of us here today to seize this moment. Let us build on the foundations of peace to unlock the full potential of northern Kenya. The government, alongside our partners, is ready to support this vision and to work tirelessly towards realizing it. Thank you for your commitment, your partnerships, and your dedication to peace and prosperous northern Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Mohammed. Thank you, Mr. Peach. And thank you very much, Madam Principal Secretary. And as the Ambassador mentioned, my name is Abiosa Davis, and I will be your MC, walking you through the event of today. As we get started, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Hassan Ismail, who is the country representative of Interpeace here in Kenya, to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Abiosa, and thank you, Madam Pierce. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Thank you, our Excellency Governors and the Deputy Governor and the distinguished guests. I'm not a very protocol person, so all protocols observed, hardly because I don't know how to really, mention everybody by name. Having said that, I think as we were planning to invite many people for this event, people are asking me questions. What is the relationship between Interpeace and investment? When have you become an investment company, an investment bank? What went wrong? Are you guys diverting away from your mandate of peace building? So this was a question I really wanted to just say. I need to clarify that in this my opening speech. Interpeace in Kenya has had peace building program from 2014 when we signed in partnership with NCIC, led a peace agreement that was signed in Mandera in 2014. From that time, in partnership with NCIC, we gradually started doing peace building in Mandera, then scaled up the intervention in a number of other counties, in Wajir, and 5 other counties in North Rift, which is Laikipia, Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, and mainly in the intersection, the borders around where this conflict is happening. Our peace building, as we continue to do peace building, as the guns continue to go silent, people are asking us, Hassan, we are not able to eat dialogue anymore. We have stopped fighting. We want to embrace what you are telling us, but what next after peace? So through those interventions and discussions from the local community's feedback, Interpeace embarked in a very innovative initiative in which we are calling the Finance for Peace Initiative, which is, after stabilization, we have to consolidate the peace by bringing in development. So that is how this development agenda is very crucial to us. So it's an intersection between stabilizing an area, and as we stabilize, we need to address the structural challenges of conflict, and that is how development is very, very important to us. So we are not diverting from our peace building mandate and our work, but development and peace are the two sides of the coin. Having said that, we also have got guiding principles in our peace building. What we do, participation, local ownership, building trust. And among the many principles that we have in peace, there is one that is at the end, which we usually say, the process matters. As we'll build peace, the process of building peace matters to us. And that is why development matters to us. And that's why you are also hearing a lot of our discussion around peace positive investment. There are a lot of investments that are happening in this country. And I'm sure you read the newspapers, the last few, and go to our TVs the last 2 months. There are a lot of investment discussions that are on in our media, including the development of JKIA and many others. That is why, as Interpeace, we would wish to influence our development partners by telling them that process matters. As much as we do investment, the process of investment matters. And that's what our Finance for Peace initiative is going to be telling us. So with those few remarks, I want to welcome you all. Looking forward to engaging and having a fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hassan. I'm sure now that we've been talking about finance for peace, peace finance, we're wondering what do these words mean? What is peace finance? So we'd like to start with a short video because I think it's important not necessarily to present the concept first, but actually to ground the concept in reality. So I invite you all to look at the video that will be projected on the 2 walls. It's only 3 minutes, and we'll continue with the rest of our agenda afterwards.
Então, eu cresci vida de tentar fazer negócio. Eu me senti feliz quando estive lá porque fazia negócio. Não vou conseguir esquecer. Para mim foi muito difícil porque nunca pensava, né, na minha vida que deveria viver aquela vida.
When conflict broke out in northern Mozambique, just like Bettina, hundreds of thousands of people fled and lost their lives.
So today, 85% of Africa's population live in a conflict-affected country or in a neighboring country. And this is where we see a large concentration of the poverty.
Peace, security, and prosperity go hand in hand. When the conditions for peace are lacking, violence and instability raise their head, resulting in a lack of prosperity. When that happens, investments cannot find their way to places of great need and opportunity. Because of the risks, real or perceived, too many fragile contexts cannot be reached by capital markets and direct investments. This leads to a vicious cycle of conflict and underdevelopment.
So peace finance is all about trying to work with development finance actors and private investors so they make positive contributions to peace outcomes.
We expect all the companies to be part of the solution. That's why we want them to invest. Being part of the solution is to prevent conflicts from happening. It's doing good for the people and not harm the people.
The African Development Bank recognizes that there cannot be development without peace, just as there is no peace without development.
We know the sustainable green investment space is now $1.6 trillion a year of issuance. If we can capture just 1% of that sustainable issuance, we'd more than double the global spending towards peace building.
We're joining forces to ensure that investment reach some of these areas and complement, of course, the efforts and all that we are doing. We are pioneering what we call the Security Index Investment Bond Initiative, which is an innovative way of looking at the nexus between peace, security, development. So for us, this is a concrete way to
Thank you for your attention. I'd like to now introduce my colleague, Ms. Bettina Berkeley, who will walk us through the concept of peace finance in more detail.
Thank you, Abby. Good morning, everyone. Sasa? Very good. Very much welcome. And I have the pleasure and also difficulty to having explained to you a little bit of the background of peace finance, but Mr. Teach already did that excellently in the beginning. However, I would like to invite you to take a quick look at our peace finance rationale, and you have actually a nice little Z card in your folders where you can also take a look at it a little later in case. It's like the small card that comes up front. So why peace finance? Because my colleague Hassan said, well, how come peace building is moving into investment? Well, there are many good reasons for that, and you will see that what we know is that conflict and violence are rising, and that conflict is a major cause of food insecurity and displacement of people. SDGs are not being met in fragile and conflict-affected countries or contexts. Either they're not met or they're not met on time. Financing does not reach fragile conflict-affected contexts due to lack of peace and security, resulting in high risks. And existing approaches lack the tools to generate tangible impacts on peace and security. Hence, we argue at Finance for Peace that a new class of sustainable investment with embedded peace-enhancing mechanisms is needed to reduce risks for investment and benefits. So what is this, peace-enhancing mechanisms? I put it in a different wording down there. We would say it's peace-building activities with communities, peace agreements, but also looking beyond when it comes to investment agreements, how benefits are shared with communities, how communities agree upon how they want to share benefits that investment might reap after their onset. So this is how we envision that actually the core expertise of peace building could become an asset to investors and development finance organizations. We also know from the investment and capital side that frontier markets face a widening annual investment deficit. How come? We know that the investment gap in developing countries has grown to approximately $4 trillion per year. And this has grown between 2015 when the SDGs were adopted. The global foreign direct investment fell 12% in 2022, and the cost of capital in fragile settings is a major disincentive for investors to start looking into those markets that actually are a major gap. Developing countries pay, on the other hand, up to 7 times more than developed countries to access international capital markets, as seen as very high interest rates on the local markets. Hence, we do argue at Finance for Peace that we need international risking at the country level, research, but also to better information, and not last but not least, through peace building organizations that do know local markets and local conditions in a much differentiated way than just one aggregated number, which is called country risk premium. So this is just in a nutshell a little bit more from the other slide, where you can have a look at the 3 different investment flows, which is a financing source. These are financing sources. So we have FDI, foreign direct investment on the orange line, between it's purple, and then ODA, official development assistance. So we know that those private financial flows to fragile and conflict-affected contexts lead to high real or often perceived risk to investments, knowing from the media, I cannot go there, I have seen pictures in the media, it's a very dangerous place. Pictures make us sometimes believe or bring us a different message than actually what is happening in numbers. So it does create biases that we're not in control of. And this is where Finance for Peace comes in as an initiative. We're hoping to bridge between finance and peace, so also what we are saying very often, to have peace and finance go hand in hand. Why do we exist? The purpose for us is to really enable peace through finance and to sort of bridge that gap that is there. We aim to achieve a vision of a world where investors and communities align for peace. And how do we achieve it? Our mission is to create the market for peace-aligned investment, and that means not only the investment, so to build an ecosystem with other organizations, and for example, with all of you, to say, well, we need to talk more about this, we need to advocate this, and this is something that maybe could resonate with many people, many more than the ones that are in the room or the organizations present here today. And as Mr. Peach also mentioned, and this is why I wanted to put up this slide, it's not actually that we're doing this by ourselves. We have networks and strategic partnerships, and they are all doing different things. So AFDB is the African Development Bank, and we have them present here. They're one of our major partners. And we have signed an MOU with them 1 year ago, as mentioned in the video. So thanks for being here and for making implementation starting to happen. UNCDF is the United Nations Capital Development Fund. They work on, for example, a blended finance vehicle such as the Blue Peace Bond. Then we have PBSO, which is the United Nations Peace Building Support Office. They work more on the peace building front. And then GFFO stands for the German Federal Foreign Office.
There is an Investing for Peace initiative. They also work on the blended finance vehicle, as well as policies and partnerships together with us. The World Economic Forum Human Resilience Initiative, which is actually going to be, you will probably see them more also active in this conversation in Kenya moving forward. There was actually another event around sustainable investment in northern Kenya, hosted by the WEF here in June. We have achieved the financing and they're moving forward into the implementation. So we believe that an important part is to have a very early look to proactively and intentionally see how a peace positive impact can be generated. Talking about conflict is talking about avoiding what causes harm, but it does not necessarily talk about building peace as a positive in our approach. So for us also, and that's why I said it's an ecosystem. For us, it's a systemic approach that requires synergy and complementarity, not people working and continuing working in silos on the peace building front and peace builders not wanting to talk to investment and vice versa. It's not an easy thing because it means to have people talk to each other that maybe at the university would not want to sit at the same table. And this can lead us to maybe a different type of thinking in the Peace Finance Impact Framework that I will talk about a little bit later today. And with that, we're moving to the context setting, and I'm moving back the microphone to my colleague. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bettina. I hope that with that you have a little bit more of an idea of what peace finance is. We're going to now move into looking at the Kenya context in specific. As you may know, you have in your packet executive summary of a research that was done recently, looking at what are the peace investment opportunities in northern Kenya and focusing on three specific contexts. So I'll invite the researchers to come and present. James and Jackson will join us. Unfortunately, Abdullahi was not able to make it today, but they will walk us through the research findings.
Ambassador Amina, Madam PS, partners, Our Excellencies, the governors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is James, and I want to give Jackson Amina just to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you all. Let's enjoy the moment.
We're here just to build on the successes and the stories that we have found on the ground of great men and women who have been doing excellent work trying to move the communities towards staying in peace. And so we will not pause to claim to know. We will just share some of the stories that Governor Weasley, Governor Khalif took time to share with us. Just try to document them. The people from FCDC, NOREB, interfaith communities, the business communities in the selected counties that we spent time to just to visit, and just use them as trigger to trigger and hopefully a more honest conversation on why we need to rethink how we attract and shape the investments that we bring on the ground. And I just want to really thank many people who have made a contribution to the outcome that you will receive today. Just underscoring that even Lorna here had a contribution, and we will just take you through quickly for us to appreciate. These counties that are here were just a sampled counties to represent, to just have a representation of the outcomes that we are going to share today. And so, just going to slide number 1, I want us to quickly share my 1 minute and discuss on your table. What do you think when you see those images? Jean, just discuss with your friend. My good friend Jean from Rwanda. Just discuss. What do you feel? Governor Wesley, you know I want you to discuss with Khalif. just. Picture number 1. How I wish I have the privilege to, from Mandera, how I wish I have the privilege to hear what you're saying. Titus, NRT, you're not discussing with your friends. See the emotion.
Remember, you could be talking to the potential investor in some of those regions. Just engage and share a moment. What do you see on the phone?
And I know some of us may not really be familiar, so take time to. All right. I know the discussion can go on and on. And if we had the time, I would have passed the mic and just got a feel from the floor on the kind of emotion and the conversations that you have deliberated. I know I can engage Governor Khalif. What did Wesley, not you, what did Wesley say? Not you. What? Not you, just what did Wesley tell you?
You know, what he said is when we are talking of the first clip, Adani, and the debates around that, and then compared with the right last clip, so we are in a different one. There, people are talking about investing in billions and discussing where the process has been fair or whether there is value for money. And at the end, there are people who have lost there, and nobody is even talking about it. Yes.
And that captures one of the emotion, what came on top of the mind. Thank you so much, Governor Khalif. Maybe we hear from a lady. My good friend, you're looking at me. Can I give you the mic? Not you. What
Thank you. My name is Linda, representing Hello Tractor. From the other pictures, we could clearly see that at the first glance, an investor would be like, this is a place of no hope, because then that's all that is visible on the pictures. Yeah.
The first glance. And ladies and gentlemen, the conversation can go on and on. But what my good friend has shared and what Governor Khalif has shared captures the shifts that we must bring in the room when it comes to investments. I dare tell us that 63% of our country, which 12 million people live, is actually a land of opportunity. But how have we rephrased it? This, Governor Wesley will tell me, is a bridge that is supposed to connect some people in, which bridge is this? It's the Kapedo Bridge. If you just Google Kapedo Bridge, it is every evil name that describes this bridge. But what actually is lacking is a bridge. 3 weeks ago, this place now, people are swimming. Those conversations do not make on the table. They are swimming, they are washing clothes, they are having conversations, and I know the water has subsided. But if you push and check this bridge online, you will find death, destruction, creating such a level of risk for every investor. Yet in Kapedo, Silale, and the other areas is full of land, irrigatable land that we all know. But there is no investor who is willing to engage in that space because of both the risks that exist and the risks that are perceived. And therefore, the conversation of the people of Kapedo remains. Who will ever come to have this conversation with them? We already know the nexus between development and peace, but the conversation had not moved to development, peace, and the capital that we require to attract in this region. And that is what brings us to slide number 2 of the reason that has made us to be here today. Just by that slide alone, we are aware that therefore we have negative investments. Is that correct? It is possible to have negative investments. So if we narrow down to the three counties, the county of Elgeyo Marakwet, the county of Marsabit, and the county of Mandera, trying to what are these opportunities that we will do and invest the wood business. But as we had almost day-long conversation with Governor, and the reality failing to structure investment in our capacity hit us. And Governor Weasley can put that, can attest to that. It hit us that the biggest conversation that has been in the room is we want investments. But investments, most of the times, are skewed to extract value from communities for the investor, leaving out the community experiencing exclusion and inequality. And therefore, we have then pushed financing to be fighting to prevent extremism. Yet actually, financing is actually being pushed to prevent violence that comes out of exclusionism. So we have people we call bandits, others we have called them terrorists. But at the center of those conversations is exclusion and inequality. And if investors, governments, and all actors can start having this conversation of the dynamics that have caused our area of Kapedo to be like that, our area in Mandera to be like that. We were in Mandera, Governor Khalif's place. And there is no bridge that connects the people from Kenya and the people from Ethiopia or the people from Somalia. And they have to use very rudimentary ways to do business. Yet that border, closing it for 1 hour, will lead to conflict, Halif would tell us. Yet, on our books, as government, the border is closed. On the ground, people are doing business in very scaring ways. So those things are the ones that have made those people to start saying, are we really in? Are we really in Kenya? And so without really belaboring many of these conflict dynamics, which we already know, we have captured them under social, cultural, ethnic, and clan-based grievances, some of the grievances are continuing to date. Diversity of cultural practices, cattle rustling, that now has become, commercialized and has morphed from the traditional ways to having cattle rustlers, as Governor Weasley would tell us, who are seated in Nairobi, advancing the rustling. Some are professors, some are doctors, he's seated in high offices to make decisions. economic dynamics, competition for resources, unlimited economic opportunities, the joblessness, and lack of dignity among the youth. And if I was to summarize the conversation that we are having today in the room, it is a conversation about dignity. It is a conversation to restore human dignity, even as we transact business. Many of the other conflict dynamics, the political angle, human rights violation by security actors, a big conversation that we want to really have around the disarmament and the response of government on just one way over the years. And if there is more engagement, I know at the heart of Governor Wesley here, and allow me to use them because they are my friends, they have been used to put this together, is they have solutions and approaches that are community driven on how best to have peace in many of these regions. They have mapped out investment opportunities, but the conversation on how those investment opportunities can be peace responsive has not been mainstreamed. So what has been the impact? The impact is what we finally deal with. That was what picture number 2 was showing, that a road has been stopped because of insecurity. And Marco, we know how that is simple to say, but rarely do we go behind and understand what is this that has caused people to literally storm and perhaps destroy people who came to do roads in their place. Little do we stop and ask, why should a school be constructed in Tiati and then people run away from the school? So competition, wastage, unemployment, mistrust, both vertical and horizontal mistrust, displacement, underinvestment, inaccessibility, and diversion of public funds. Once again, Wesley always complains that when he goes to president, he has to ask for camps rather than asking for a road. And sometimes I sympathize with him because he has to keep doing this all over and all over again. The impact of those dynamics on development cannot be overemphasized. But as we now know, many of these communities where we want to make an impact, and I know by now we understand that they are not just in northern Kenya. That is why our picture number 1 was very important. So that even as we have this conversation around here, we can push it further and understand that every investment that is not going to be peace positive going forward will actually be a trigger of conflict everywhere. Whether at national level, when we're in Nairobi, we look like we are peaceful. But we all know that this is what we call negative peace. Didn't we see conflict almost tipping? And everything that was put in there as an ingredient, we had one boy who has now become the poster of logo number 1. What does the boy say for the Kenyans in the room? The boy who walks around saying that you have sold the airport. It's a small kid. And perhaps all that was required, and I know this from the bottom of my heart, is that there is nobody who has a problem with the investment that is happening at JKIA. Many of us who have traveled normally come and feel like they have just entered back into a ghetto. But if you check at the center of the discontentment, it's basically the how. Ladies and gentlemen, are we together? So as we have this conversation, Governor Wesley, Governor Halif, Marsabit, Deputy Governor, I want us not to feel lonely, like people came to talk about you. This is a global problem, and we must all join hands to mainstream this conversation and the level of support, Madam PS, that we require as government to mainstream this conversation to go on. I think it is a request that we'll keep making as we go along. It is already true that when we look at those communities, there is what is working. When you go to Elgeyo Marakwet, you will find a place to start. We already have peace building structures. We already have traditional structures that have existed over time. We have devolution that is changing the narrative at the counties. Some of them have gone ahead to put together the peace directorate, investment directorate. We have spaces, the enabling policies. We have areas that can already start. So the perception of thinking it is gloom, doom in West Pokot is not true. Though we have been there and we have understood some of the impact in West Pokot is we have a 48th county. And a 48th county is called Morita, where the lack of government presence has caused an entire small space to be so vibrant in golds and mining and children who are already being overpowered because there is lack of regulation. So there is where you can start, and the opportunities that we have found in that area. Yes, Jack. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much, James. So based on what James has shared, we managed to visit those 3 counties which were selected just as pilot counties. And it's a representation of potential opportunities we were able to scope that are peace positive. And just on a wider scale, a number of sectors in those regions actually presents a myriad of opportunities for any investor interested. As James has said already in the introduction, remember, the northern Kenya we are referring to sits on 63% of our Kenya landmass, with a little population of 12 million averagely. The rest of the 37 million population, the rest of our population sits on 37% of landmass. So unlocking opportunities in these regions means a greater opportunity for the country, Kenya. We will not be talking about food insecurities. We will not be struggling with many of our problems if we dare to unlock the opportunities in these sectors. So key amongst them are in sectors of livestock. As you know, a vast majority of these areas are pastoralist communities where they rear animals, camels. We're able to take a lot of camel milk, which is a unique opportunity in Mandera and Marsabit. But that milk is not being processed in any way. So leaving it also to hang in the balance. We have other opportunities around livestock, like in most of those areas, as you realize, because of climate variabilities, most of their livestock is lost due to drought and prolonged drought seasons. But hey, there lies also an opportunity to invest in fodder production. Also improve livestock management practices and adopt modern ways, like feedlot management, where we can buy those livestock, stock them, fatten them, and probably export them to the Middle East and also external markets. So those opportunities are lingering, are lying there, but they are less explored. Water resources and other areas, trade and commerce, especially cross-border. Mandera is a business, a global business hub that can easily serve 3 countries at the same time. Somalia on this side, Ethiopia on this side, and Kenya on this side. But as we saw or observed in our study, there's no connector between Ethiopian side and Mandera side, the Kenyan side. We lack even a basic bridge. And therefore, communities have had to leave. So they have improvised their traditional boats. And through those boats, they're able to move business, actually in huge amounts. The Ethiopians are buying goods from Kenyan side. Kenyan side are buying foodstuffs from Ethiopian side. And the trade is moving on. So we were wondering if that place would be opened up, it will even fetch in some revenue for the county government and also for the national government. And the other side is the Somali border. Again, even as we say, we've closed it officially, but it is running. You can't close that place. It is feeding the 2 communities. That's how they live. So these opportunities present a myriad of opportunities. In Moyale, we saw there is one border stop point, but this one border point is not yet fully opened. The Kenyan side is opened, meaning Ethiopians can cross over to Kenya, buy goods, and go back. But when Kenyans cross over to Ethiopia to buy goods, they'll be stopped by the Ethiopian government. So this also makes it a complicated case where the two countries, bilateral relationships have to be created or improved to support these opportunities. We will quickly just scan through each counties and the top opportunities we're able to pick. James will take over them. Elgeyo Marakwet, quickly.
Thank you very much. Elgeyo Marakwet, 80% of the people there depend on agriculture, and therefore working with smallholder farmers to ensure that we improve the agricultural value chains, livestock processing, agri-food processing opportunities. I know the work that is already happening in Elgeyo Marakwet, especially having led the team there. Governor has even introduced some of the efforts, including boosting horticultural farming. The adoption is progressing, sorghum, pyrethrum, and many other value chains that exist. The whole Kerio Valley opportunity actually can feed Kenya and beyond. I'm not surprised. The issue of sunflower, Kenya seeds, great partnerships that can happen in that place and unlock the potential in the region, but yet it remains conflicted. Hydropower, we've talked about for a long time, the game changer Aurora and Kimorel Dam, the possibilities that can be unlocked by dealing with the Musongo Water Project, downwards all the way from up to the escarpments and also to the valley. Of course, a lot of opportunity in tourism. It is good to know that that is the home of paragliding and biking and cycling. Over and above, now the famous statement that you either train in Elgeyo Marakwet or you're born in Elgeyo Marakwet. It is the producer of world athletes, and great opportunity lies in investment in sports infrastructure. The mining sector, we are all aware the challenge that has been there in the fluorspar, opening the fluorspar, plant, and at the center of that challenge was actually community grievances. And there's been a lot of effort by the different stakeholders to come together and unlock that opportunity. That opportunity is not. There is a big room to introduce, deliberate community benefits, and hopefully, Governor Weasley, every other infrastructure that is now coming on board, take it through the peace, positive investment lens, and be able to either allow it in or allow it out. The infrastructural development, the different security roads that are required to be connected, the Biretwa, Chesongoch, Tot Road, and many other roads that have already that have great input into the stability of the regions required to be under peace finance framework. Yes,
Thank
Jackson.
you. As for Marsabit, a quick scan gave us livestock as a top priority for investors who would like to invest in further production. Also, processing of meat for export, hides and skins or leatherworks. Those are low-hanging fruits where we can explore. Largely also practicing improvised practices of livestock rearing through controlled environments like feedlots provides an opportunity for any investor. Also insurance, livestock insurance, gives us an opportunity because it helps us de-risk also the losses that farmers go through, especially when the climate is not so good. Renewable energy presents a myriad of opportunities for that area. Remember, the vast land it has, 71,905 kilometers. Sometimes we troubled us to move from Marsabit to North Horr, just within one sub-county. It's so huge. But what is more interesting is that Lake Turkana wind power is already one big project, which is Africa's largest wind power project, is stationed in Laisamis. We are seeing that there are more areas like Bubasi provides also an opportunity. We have also Chalbi Desert, which provides an opportunity for solar energy. So investing or exploring opportunities for renewable energy in Marsabit remains a great opportunity. Water resources actually a great opportunity. Recent geospatial research shows that there exists myriad of water aquifers, but yet to be explored. So trying an investment in that would provide consistent supply of water because it's a challenge. It's not there in plenty or reliable amounts in terms of supply to the urban population. So that remains an opportunity for exploration. We have irrigation agriculture. Remember, most of the communities, much as they are pastoralists, but they're also shifting to agro-pastoralism. So mostly faced with the challenge of lack of enough water for irrigated farming. But we would pick, like Gabra Irrigation Scheme, which is a project that has enabled the community to feed its population around because it is supported or enabled through irrigation agriculture. Human capital development is critical. Establishment of TVET, or technical and vocational institutions, to tap into the existing skill sets of the locals would also fast track the skill sets needed to nurture these opportunities on the ground. And lastly, we could see fish. There's a lot of fish engagements or activities along Lake Turkana. In Loyangalani, there are already existing some activities supporting about 7,000 fisher folks. So this could also be explored further because we need establishment of fish landing sites that would really help support the activities of fishing.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Just a quick one in Lake Turkana, and these are things that we want just to highlight, is that is our solar farm, yet people in Marsabit have no power. And that, Madam PS, I don't know what that means. And especially when young people now can be able to synthesize some of these things. It is not just in Muranga, where I come from, where we have the Kaini Dam, where the people were left without water, but people are utilizing power from Marsabit, but the people of Marsabit are operating with generators. Do you see how conflict can be advanced? When that person sees you from Nairobi, he doesn't have a very good feeling around you. And yet they are already marginalized. So we may be pushing investments that actually advance the cause of conflict. So in Mandera, just to push it, finally, we all know this is the area with some of the largest herds of animals. So advancement in livestock production, investment, fodder, feed, and feedlot, as Jackson has already intimated. There is vast lands in places that can be irrigated for different high-yield crop and can interest investors. We also have cross-border trade, talking of construction of a dry port. We are in Mandera and there is no airport, yet it is a causeway for, air traffic, and I think it has the highest concentration, just like Rimoi has the highest concentration of elephants. Yet we do not have an airport in Mandera. And behind those are conflicts, are grievances, are approaches that are not sensitive to the communities and to the people. And all my opportunities are gone. But one more opportunity that I just require to underscore is the incubation hub for the young people in Mandera who are already engaging. And they are willing not to cross over, not to be radicalized, but what are the opportunities that we are giving them? And so some of these things, we have advanced them in your books. We would love to talk about the stories that we found on the ground. There's no time. But one thing that I want us to agree is not just investment, but process matters. And because it is important to know that it has stuck in all of us, let's repeat after me, process matters. And some of the recommendations that we've made is to continually advance this conversation, among the different stakeholders, form alliances, not just partnerships, form alliances so that we can enjoy the technical advice and we can, put it together en masse, use peace finance principles, which are, entrenched on participation, inclusivity, and benefit sharing and with communities. You'll be so surprised the level of wisdom that lies with the community members. Apply peace impact framework, and I think we have already said that for investors and now for governments. Not just an investor is coming, but let us learn what this peace impact framework is so that we can box tick and negotiate with the investor way before so that they can put intentional peace impacts and entrench them not as a cost, but as part of de-risking their investment and part of making their investment more sustainable. The international technical financing and government partners, it is a recommendation that we support the integration of peace building in development financing, which you have already said. National and county governments, we establish enabling policies that can support peace-positive investments, and it would be a good takeout to have, especially for the government representative, Madam PS, and the fellow governors in the room, and then all actors to start adopting proper data collection for the possible, investments in our regions. With that, Silicon Consulting Group, our faith pillar is creating the future, and we are so happy to just be part of this small conversation to create the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As you guys can hear, we have very competent researchers, very engaged, and also very passionate about creating this type of change. I know that James is a fantastic storyteller, and I want to note that if you will get the report, and in the report you will find all the facts behind the stories that he's telling, because it is based on both the truth that's on the ground and also extensive desk review. At this point in the agenda, we would really like to ask our Ambassador Mohammed and PS Mbaika that to receive on behalf of Interpeace the official handover of this report. While Interpeace undertook the report, this report really belongs to the people of Kenya. And so we want to symbolically present the report to you in order to make sure that this is owned by and advanced by those that it's intended for, and that's the people of Kenya. So I will invite you over here for the official unveiling of the report. Thank you. So with that, the report is officially launched. We're going to switch up the agenda a little bit just to allow us to help prepare for the panel discussion. So we'd like to kindly ask if everyone could go outside and have a little bit of coffee, some snacks, and join us. In about 5 minutes, we are going to get started. We are running a little bit behind, so we want to make up some time. So if we can limit our outside to 5 minutes, that would be great. And the restrooms, if you need a bio break, are on the left-hand side. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes.
Hapa tunafikana. Juzi tulifikana na kitambo, tulikuwa na pata funduki kwa saizi kijana kidogo mpaka sasa. Tunakuangana na wawana na wa marafiki yako ndio hii amelala.
Nini watu wanalia kwa huko? Mtu umekufa. Nini watu wanalia nini kwa huko? Watu nakufa. Nasikia punduki huko. Punduki imefanya nini? Ameua mtu. Hai! Iko mtu tabaki hii dunia. Inaonekana hii dunia watu wengine atakuja kiichi. Hii watu ile anaishi hapa itakuja.
Unaona sasa hizi? Hakuna mtu akona babaka hata moja. Punduki amemaliza yote. Unaona? Ona baki tu peke yako nyumbani. Siki hata babako ilikuwa kala gani? Nyeusi? Ama gani? Unaona?
Majority of them are illiterate. So we started off the journey having them learn other ventures because, you know, they cannot survive on livestock rearing for economic purposes only. So we wanted them to have a clear mind shift.
These are the most fearest. These are guys who have been killing themselves, stealing from themselves, and majority of them are injured because of the bullet. And when they met, it was shocking. It was a very shocking experience. We were able to connect to them individually from the various places until they agreed to come, and they met in Marigat, and there was a root shock. Friends who have been fighting were able to talk and live together in these hotels.
Wana mimi vile sisi tuingia Nairobi, mimi nikaona nyumba. Mimi nikaambia chief, hii nyumba nini alijenga, Mungu ama ni mtu? Chief akasema hii nyumba ni mtu ndiye alijenga. Mabarabara inapita juu ya karibu ghorofa, tena magari yanapita, ingine anapita hivi, ingine anapita hivi, kienda pande nyingine tena ndio hiyo tena anafanana tena. Sasa hiyo ndio ni mambo nimeingia kwa rango. Sasa macho tu ndio anaona. Sasa hiyo kitu kwani ni Mungu si Mungu tu ndiye anajenga ya vijanga hapa.
cha kwanza nikajionea hata ile mali tunafuga, hata hii kuku, hata kisemekana tununue hii kuku haiwezi nunua. Tukajionea tumbe tuko chini ya kuolisha hii vitu.
Tukakuja hapa Makueni, tukasunguka, tukaenda kuangalia kwa ile mechanic ya kutengeneza magari. Tukaona hata hii kazi, kumbe hata mtu mwenye hajasoma kumbe anaweza fanya hii kazi bila masomo. Tukaenda kidogo, tukakuta mzee mwingine atalikuwa mwizi kama sisi. Ataliwacha mambo ya wizi, akaingia kwa sako ya mapikipiki, wakatengeneza sako na wakaendelea.
Vile nimekuja hapa na nimeona hii kazi iko hapa, hii kazi ni mzuri. Hii kazi ndio afadhali kuliko ile yetu, kwa sababu nimeona kuku vile wanalisha, naona samaki vile wanalisha, nimeona grupu ya pikipiki vile nafanya, anapata pesa, na hii pesa ni rahisi kupata.
Kuona makuku hivi nikafurahi, kasema hii ni mzuri kuliko hata ng'ombe, kuliko hata mbuzi, hata ngamia. Nikaona ile mwara mwelu, kuona ile nini ile mandume mwelu, kuona ile kama kundi 4, nikaona mayai. Sasa nikafurahi, nikaona hii ni faida kubwa sana. Kwa hiyo kwetu hata kisiji hakuna mtu anakula, anatupa tu, anasema mwanamke atawaza kula ama hakuna, anatupa. Nikaona hii ni faida kubwa sana.
Tuende tuone, tufanye hivi vitu, tujue mpango ya mtoto ya shule itatupeleka mahali nzuri. Tulikuwa tumeenda mahali mbaya. Mtoto aende shule, tutabalika na tutabalika. Shule ndio ya kwamba kumbe ni kitu mzuri. Na hata hii mali zetu tu ambayo tutakuwa nayo, tupeleke mtoto shule.
Nakuja kufanya maendeleo kwa sababu hii kitu inaitwa vita. Sio kitu kingine ndio analeta vita. Mambo ya bunduki tu, sio kitu kingine.
I am passionate about it and that we are going to get peace. Even if the situation is as volatile as this, we will achieve peace. Currently, the North Rift is in a state of ceasefire. But the war is not over. The guns are still there. But we are praying that over time, we are working and investing on the psychological disarmament, not the physical one. Psychological disarmament may help us going forward.
Utashukuru watu ya Interface na watu ya Germany kwa sababu nimeletwa hapa kufundisha. Mimi naona vitu mingi ile ijawana. Saa hii mimi iko na akili nyingine zaidi ya ile kila siku iko nayo.
itemize our agenda. At this time, I'd like to invite some key guests to join me up here. First, I'd like to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Adan Khalif, Governor of Mandera County. If you can please join me up here. Karibu. I'd also like to invite His Excellency Wesley Rotich, Governor of Elgeyo Marakwet County. Karibu. Could I also invite His Excellency Deputy Governor Solomon Gabo Riwe from Marsabit County? Ms. Joyce Kabinai, I hope I've said that properly, from the North Rift Economic Bloc. Thank you. Welcome. And Dr. Ahmed Yassin from Frontier Counties Development Council, FCDC. Thank you for joining us today. As we have gone through the morning, it's very clear that the report and the research that has been done has focused either on the counties that you're in or the economic blocks that you represent. So we'd really like to use this opportunity to not just get your feedback on the report, because I think many of you have received even private briefings on this, but also to share with the audience some of the priorities that you see or the priorities that are emerging in your county. Now, we know that we didn't have as much of an opportunity to explore all of the opportunities in Mandera County. So in addition to finding them in the report, my first question is to His Excellency, the Governor of Mandera. What are the major opportunities for investment that you believe will also contribute to peace in your county?
Thank you very much. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the German ambassador and his team for the support that they have been given to Mandera and other counties through Interpeace. We really, really appreciate what you have done. And we thank also Interpeace for delivering actually the message from the donors, and had a lot of impact when it comes to in terms of peace building in those counties. If I speak for Mandera, in terms of peace building, we have really improved. We have really gone far. We have reduced the internal conflicts to almost, I can say, below 10%, thanks to the community elders, the religious leaders, the partners, and the two levels of government. We have every time I was asked, how did it happen that the internal conflicts in Mandera has gone down? We had developed a bottom-up approach where the communities at the lowest level engage on matters of peace building, and it really worked for us. And the issue of enforcement has not been working. We are talking about 26,000 square kilometers of Mandera County. And if you compare the ratio of police to the population, it's way below the standard of the normal standard. So the most important thing is to involve the communities, to develop local mechanism, to do a bottom-up approach so that communities themselves can talk to each other and solve their problems. That I want to appreciate that. And on second is I want to appreciate the researchers and the sponsor, which I believe is Peace, Interpeace. They have done a wonderful and professional research I said thank you very much for that. And when we talk of northern Kenya, we are told the area is around 63, others will say 74% of this country. And we somehow been at a disadvantage from the word go. During the colonial period, concentration of development, investment, including the railway lines, the high lines, the so-called the white highlands, all those things constructed on some areas and excluded the northern part, where investment and development actually pegged on the return. So by the time we became independent, we are way far behind the rest of the Kenya. And we also been somehow disadvantaged by the successive government. Of course, there is the clamor for part of Northeastern to join Somalia, then the emergency of the Shifta War, and then the operations, the Wagala massacre, the Gareza one, Malkamari, and all those things happened. So it happened at a time when there's a lot of mistrust between the government and the population. For us who come from that region, we used to say, where are you from? Where are you going? They'll say, I'm going to Kenya, when they are coming to this part of the country. So for us, independence, we realized independence after devolution, with all the challenges we have. The investment you have seen around is actually started after devolution. If I can tell you, at the onset of devolution, that is 2013, Mandera County, with a square kilometer of 26,000 square kilometers, has only one medical doctor. So how do you compare the ratio of that to the county? So the country, the district by then. So even with the new constitution, the constitution was a very beautiful document. It has a component of an equalization fund, where the drafters say for us to bring everybody on board, or for us to reduce the gap, apart from the shareable revenue, the Constitution emphasized that they should come with something we call equalization. That program didn't even work. I think the first time was started recently, 2022-23, with lots of challenges up to today. So, and that clause has a time frame, and it was assumed after 20 years of equalization fund, then we'll have reduced the gap. But I think 13 years into now devolution, we are only talking about implementation of that for 2 years, meaning we are behind schedule for almost like 11 years. Having said that, just for the background, for Mandera, I said the internal conflict has completely reduced. Of course, we have challenges from across the border. We are bordering Somalia in the east and Ethiopia in the north. Our border, I think, line with Somalia is more than 400-500 kilometers. The so-called official border closing is not actually working. It doesn't even make sense, because the terror or Al-Shabaab don't use the designated routes when they come to attack. They cross from all over. So we have tried to talk to the security managers, the respective governments, that closing with Somalia-Kenya border will not solve the issue of insecurity. Of course, every government comes with its own policies. At the beginning of this administration, we are promised that that border will be officially opened. But the unfortunate thing is, if an incident happens, then people stop it, and then another 3-4 years lapse without again coming back and discussing that. On the development, I think it is well captured, and for us, everything involves around water in Northern Kenya. And if we get water, the issue of insecurity or security will have been addressed. If we get water, the issue of food insecurity will have been addressed. Issue of health, education, and all other development. So our priority number one is water. Our area is we have enough land. I'm taking too long. Sorry. We have enough land, and the land is arable. We have seen it during the last 2 rain season, where people have really planted and the farms during the rains, and the produce is we can produce everything from sunflower to cereals and the rest. So for us is priority number one is water. If we got water, all other issues can easily be addressed. From the clip, the rest have been already said very well, but I just want to mention about mining also in Mandera. We have oil in Mandera County. We have all types of natural resources. That will have actually been also another opportunity for us, apart from what was already illustrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I want to use the opportunity, because you mentioned that the rains that have come have really helped agriculture, to recognize that Mandera County, and Mandera City, I think, won an award this year for the most green city. So if we can please appreciate that. Governor Rotich, we've heard the priorities in Mandera County. What would be some of the priorities that you would say, of all of the things that were mentioned or maybe not mentioned, what are really priority for Elgeyo Marakwet?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. First and foremost, on behalf of the great people of Elgeyo Marakwet County, I want to appreciate most sincerely the German government and Interpeace, the researchers and the entire team who are in this room for the great work done. And I heard someone say the process matters, and I want to confirm that beyond my community, I was part and parcel of this research. I didn't know it was coming, it was going to come in this very beautiful manner, but I want to say the process was done also perfectly. And I was worried of the security of these guys, because they were telling me, we are just going to the ground, and I was asking myself, do these guys know the ground they are talking about? But eventually they came back alive, and they have given us a beautiful document. And they even stayed there for longer than I thought. And I was asking them, are you still there? They were saying they are still there. So secondly, I want to say that funny enough, and a coincidence is that today I was invited into 2 functions. One was to be a chief guest and one to be a panelist. One of the function was to go to a graduation ceremony of National Police Reservice. For those who don't understand, is that civilians who have been armed so that they can protect the community. And I was invited for this function. I had to send my team to the other function, because that one represents the present, this one represents the future of that region. So it tells you the other function is to militarize the community and to use military option to fix insecurity. This one is using investment to fix insecurity and ensure that we have sustainable. And government has failed subsequently from the 1960s to fix the north, because when I even became governor, the first thing the community was telling me, bring us military. I brought 2 military camps, 12 police stations, 400 guns. I did a new sub-county, plus a DC, plus everything. But 2 years down the line, they are calling me, the community have now called me, and they told me, young man, now we want to change the strategy. Looks like we have to talk with our community, our neighbors. After all that investment, if that money was going to be used for this piece for investment, I think we would have done much better. So I want to take this opportunity to most sincerely thank those who thought about this. I was brought up in that region. It has never come out like this. No one has ever thought it like this. Everyone is always running to say, give us police, give us this, give us this. This time round, we are fixing it. And I want to give you a reason. I'm lucky to be a governor at this time, and also to have come from the conflict region. And thirdly, to be a governor who is an economist, who is majoring on rural economies. So I started something very funny enough, and that's why my friend kept referring to me, is that when I became governor, I realized I have very little money. Compared to my friend here, I receive 4.7 billion. 3/4 of it goes to salaries and everything. You know what happens in counties? I remain with just $1 billion for development. And yet I have a big problem in that side. So what I decided is, because I don't have money, let me go household directly and encourage them to do wealth creation program. I call it wealth creation program, and encourage them to do cash crops where they get livelihoods directly at the family level, not just talking in front of people. It's just at family level. What did I do? I found a gap, and the gap was the seeds and the expertise and the knowledge and the market. So what I did, I went for contract farming. Contract farming for around 3 or 4 crops. The first one was sorghum, especially in the conflict area. I did sorghum with EABL. If you go to my county this time, that place where we have the conflict, there is a lot of calm, because young men planted, it's very drought resistant, and they got massive, massive money this time. And I realized, yes, it works. It's an easier way. An AK-47 in that region goes for 100,000. If you do 2 acres of sorghum, you get almost 100,000. If you do 5, you have almost 200,000. Why would you risk your life when the governor has already given you an easier opportunity? And there are police officers all over spying on some criminals to kill them. So young men have decided, why don't we follow the governor? Looks like it's a better strategy. Why am I saying this? I'm saying because it works, what we are dealing with today. You can imagine if those EABL guys were to do it and value add inside my county, and after value adding they bring it out, how many jobs will they create? There will be no motivation to carry a gun when you sincerely know that I can get a job at EABL processing plant, and I can also plant. Even if I'm not getting a direct job, I can be I can actually plant and take it to the factory. So I think for my county, the reason why I'm saying this is that we have massive, massive opportunity in that area. I'm sure Nairobians here are breathing even very bad air, but if you go to those regions, you get very fresh air, you get massive land, you get very fertile land. In my county, I have Kerio River, which cuts through the entire county to my neighbors, both Baringo on this side, Elgeyo Marakwet, the entire, all the way to West Pokot. It is there. I have 3 rivers, big rivers, the famous Aror, the famous Kimwarer, the famous Embut River. All of them cut through, big rivers. All of them cut through my county, 3 places. And I have a bigger chunk of land. So my first investment solution is integration irrigation program, or multipurpose dams, which produce power to power the industries, which will be able to give the farmers an opportunity to irrigate their farms. And the third one is agro-processing, just within the same integrated investment. If you do it from irrigation all the way to agro-processing, you will have fixed that area. That's number one. The second investment that I am actually saying is, my friend has said, for you to win anywhere across the world, even the people from Europe who are winning Olympics, I'm sure you heard during the commentator saying, he trains at a famous place called Iten. In my county, you have only 2 choices to win an international race. You are either born in my place, or if you don't have that privilege, you actually come and train. We still give you another option. We give you a second option to come and train. So you are not actually totally closed out. So that is an opportunity. Sports is a massive opportunity. We have paragliding, the only place we do paragliding in Kenya. Very risky sport, but loved by Europeans and people from the other places. It's very risky, but sometimes it's the only place it's done. It's in Elgeyo Marakwet County. The third one is that we are opening it up for cycling. We are actually hosting the continental event. Actually, the only country this side which is hosting later this week, next week actually. And we are hosting so many other international marathon in November. We have so much that is coming, and we are a sporting destination. What that means is you come and actually set up hospitality. An investment opportunity is to set up hospitality hotels. And also we have a national reserve with the biggest elephants around. So that is the second investment that I wanted to say. The third one is actually infrastructure. Irrigation will fix up to domestic water. The third one is actually infrastructure. The reason why we have this problem in the north, the reason why we have a challenge, and my colleague has alluded to it, is as we look for this financing, we want to do massive infrastructural upgrade in that region. Anywhere that there is tarmac, the chances of you hearing a gunshot is almost zero. But anywhere that there is no road, no electricity, no digital, no network coverage, that is a place where bandits and criminals take advantage of. So I wanted to say, if possible, we can actually be able to invest in those areas.
Kwa kuwa katika
I'm happy they're here.
mkutano wa amani
I'm sure we look for other partners
ya
to ensure
wamama
that we invest in
ambayo
that.
imeongozwa na Interpeace na NCCI
that is actually supposed to
ambayo
happen.
imeweza kuunganisha
My only
wamama
challenge is,
wa kutoka
we are a beautiful
sehemu
country
mbalimbali,
of beautiful blueprints.
ambayo ni kitu jawahi fanyika kwa hii area yetu, lakini
Rwanda,
kwa
our
wakati
neighbors, they have learned.
tumeona mwangaza.
Nimekuja they go to the libraries and they get a very beautiful paper and they only go and replace Kenya and then they add their country. They just search the country and replace, and then they make it domesticated to their country. We have beautiful, beautiful documents that eventually gather dust in our shelves. I suggest we find a small way to start up this process. It can be as small as even starting a fodder program. Fodder programs just need fodder seeds, and then we just train communities so that we can be able to start this thing going forward. People go and buy fodder, because fodder is a big business now. Like the way you go all the way to Uganda to bring animal feed, why don't you go to the north to bring animal feed? Small things, and then as we grow towards big businesses, big investments, so that eventually we are not just waiting for a big guy to come and do big project, so that we start slowly. Finally, as we do this, I think we have a challenge also. Mindset change in that region. I have preached the wealth creation strategy in my county for the last 3 years. I have only achieved 20-something% success. It tells you that we have to change the mind and soul of the people so that they accept and move with us. We are not very badly off as we speak, because there is acceptance from the community towards peace building, towards investment. And I've said, like my people have said, we are not moving from this land. We don't have a place to go to. That one is a major issue that we need to do. And the other issue is land tenure. Land tenure is a bigger problem. If you want to go and invest in Mandera today, or even in my county, Elgeyo Marakwet, the entire Kerio Valley, we have not been adjudicated. I don't know, because I know Mandera is a different case from mine. What I've done in the last 1 year is that I've talked with the support of FAO, I've talked to the entire community, and they have accepted that this land should not be a banditry playground. We need to demarcate the entire place and we title it. So we have accepted it has been, the entire part of it has been gazetted as a adjudication area to be titled, and then as an investor comes, you have a good land tenure. You buy land, you can actually even enter into agreements with the community, and you can proceed to invest in that area. So as we talk about investment, please let us think about, if I come today to Marsabit, who am I going to talk to? Or you will start another bigger conflict of people fighting over land before you even get the investment. So let us think about that. But for me, I am fixing it in my county. I will only lack the support. I will need maybe the partners who are here. That is a very expensive program, and it's just a logistical issue of taking the adjudication, the surveyors round, coming back. And in a year or so, we should be done with the entire place. And everyone, including the entire community, can be able to invest. Because even myself as governor now, I cannot plant mangoes in my clan land. I have to go and buy land elsewhere where there is title deeds. Because if I do a plant, they will start saying, because he's a governor, he's actually oppressing the entire clan. Because he has money, he wants to oppress all of us. So I will create even conflict in my clan because we have not demarcated the land among ourselves. I don't even have a title as I speak here. So that means we really need to fix that problem as we fix the investment. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Governor Rotich. Deputy Governor Riwe, can you speak to what are the priorities for Marsabit County?
First and foremost, I stand in for His Excellency Governor Mahmoud. I want to appreciate the work done, the research done by the team, the support given to the team. The work was wonderfully done, and we are really pleased to see the work done. And I want to appreciate the team that went to Marsabit, and I hope they went when things were cool. Because some 2-3 years down the line, Ismail understands how Marsabit was. There was a time Marsabit was burning, and everybody knew that it is very difficult to be in Marsabit. Even the indigenous people of Marsabit started to move out of Marsabit because the place was not habitable. But thank to God, 2 years down the line, and we are peaceful. We have relative peace. When Interpeace came, they came when the town was burning. You could not walk in Marsabit town, especially if you are coming from the warring community. You'll just find yourself shot. And the assassins that were used then, they will not miss you. They will shoot you the right place, which is the head. So it was a very difficult time for us. But thank God we are here, and we really appreciate that we have peace now. I think the team, the Interpeace team knows very well the people that were used in peace building then. We finally went to the ground, to the elders of different communities. That is how we finally had the peace. And the reason as to why people decided to embrace peace is not because of anything. They got tired. They got tired of fighting. They got tired of killing each other. They also learned the impact of lack of peace. And so finally they embraced peace. Marsabit town, where we say is the cradle of mankind. So all of you here, you're from Marsabit. So I'm speaking to people from Marsabit. If you're a man, you are a living thing, then you are from Marsabit. I say this because most of these students, even who are doing studies, they go to Marsabit, even to the farthest end of a place called Ileret. Ileret is more than 490 kilometers from Marsabit town, but it is still in Marsabit County. And that is Kenya we are talking about. And that is the Kenya that the researchers said have been forgotten. If you go to Ileret town, my people, you will find that people don't even use shilling. They use birr, Ethiopian currency. For those who went there, they understand what I'm talking about. But that is in Kenya, meaning that is a place that has been forgotten. So if you're a Kenyan and you're getting the good cake of this government, understand that there is a place which is in Kenya, but practically not in Kenya. Okay? So even to go to that place, how you travel to that place, I wish those who are in top government, they travel by road and experience what people experience. So if you say, for example, there is crisis in Ileret, or even other part of Marsabit, the amount of money you use, the time you will use to reach those people, you will spend a lot of money. And then finally, the Auditor General will say you misuse money, because the Auditor General has never been to that place. So he will not understand. So, and because most of these things that are made in Kenya, the policies, are made here in Nairobi, are not made in Marsabit, are not made from the ground. So I'm happy that at least the research done covers very well different places or the counties that are mentioned here. So the challenges that are facing all these counties are completely different. So for you being the man of this country and you've never been home, that is Marsabit County, that's a big challenge to you. You are a Kenyan and you've never been home. So please come home and build home. Invest. You know, it's even a shame for African man to build outside home. Am I right? So for you, because you are Kenyan and you have never built home, which is Marsabit, that is shame. So I really welcome you. The issues that has not been mentioned here. My brother Wesley mentioned the NPRs. Even as late as last month, we were requesting for more NPRs in Marsabit. Ismail and the rest understand why. because Marsabit is vast. You've had more than 71,000 square kilometers. That is Marsabit. And Wesley talked about, when my brother Mark talked about equalization fund, when that issue came, even Kiambu said they want it. Even the central provinces, all these said they want it. These are the people who don't know these places we are talking about. Places that have been left out by different regimes. You know, like some of our leaders in those days, they told us, Tukai hivo hivo, stay the way you are, and we accepted to stay the way we were. That is how we were left out of all kinds of development that were taking place in Kenya. People are complaining about tarmac road they need here in the village. But us, we need tarmac road from Marsabit to Ileret. Those 400 kilometers, you'll never understand. But if you go there, you'll understand. So please, for development partners, please visit us. I won't talk about the one border point, which is in Moyale. From Moyale to Ileret is more than 800 kilometers, porous borders. People from Ethiopia and Kenya can cross anytime, anyhow, doing any kind of things they feel like doing. Nobody's aware of that. But nobody will tell you about this. Madam Amina, you remember the president of Kenya, the former president, and the prime minister, former prime minister of Ethiopia, they signed an agreement at the border that we build that border, it becomes a Dubai of Kenya. That is a pipe dream, has never taken any step. It has never moved anywhere. So every time when we meet with these leaders, we talk about this. We met with president, former president many times. Even the prime minister, even in person, I was part of the team. We talked about this. So that at least we can open this place. A lot of criminals can get in, get out anytime. You've heard about the recent one where a lorry was attacked and was bombed, kind of. It was burnt to ashes inside. That is where I come from, where arms can get in, get out anytime, where security is not enough to cover the whole county. That is why we need NPRs. You might not understand. So this is one thing that I feel like we go back to even that agreement that was signed by the former president and the former prime minister of Ethiopia, so that we can develop this place and open this place for business. It's a business opportunity that has not been mentioned. Trade has not been mentioned in your findings. There's a big, big market. Ethiopia has a population of more than 200 million. So that's a big market for Kenya. But the saddest part is our border is open, Kenyan side, as the research has mentioned, but the other side is not opened. And they can close anytime. While you are across, I was once across there for a meeting, and the border was closed. That's now your own problem. You will sort out where you're going to sleep until the border is open. That is another country. We can't discuss that. It's a different thing. But if that border will be opened, there is a big opportunity for all of us. Kenya at large, and even Ethiopia. Then another thing that has not been opened is minerals. We have minerals, many minerals in Marsabit, a lot. Limestone, gypsum, sand, and even recently we have gold in a place called Dabel. It's a big opportunity for this country. The mine has been closed, according to the Minister for Internal Security, more than 2 or 3 months ago. But the mine is still operating. And that is in Kenya. The law is there. So that's the reason why I'm telling you, we're talking something very difficult. That's not practical. If you go there today, you'll find more than 30,000, 40,000 people doing the mining there. But according to us here in Nairobi, that place is closed. It's very close to even the border. So even in terms of security, it's very risky. So it's an opportunity. You cannot tell me there is gold here and please stop, come to that place. You understand me? Especially if you are poor. There is food here, please don't come. Is it practical? So it's an opportunity there. This is a big opportunity for this country and is opportunity for Marsabit and Kenya at large. I want also to mention about tourism. It's an opportunity that has not been exploited completely in Marsabit. Marsabit has diverse climatic conditions. We also have mountain for people from Central. We have Mount Marsabit. We have Mount Kulan. People from Central talk about the mountain. We have even our own. I hope all of us have mountains in our places. And these are opportunities for us. If you mention your mountain, I will mention mine. And it's a good tourist attraction site. Very nice place. We have Chalbi Desert in Marsabit. Instead of going to Dubai, come to Marsabit. By road, we have the best road. The best road. No traffic, by the way. There's no traffic jam. You'll travel from here. Camels go to, you'll have to meet them because some of Kenyans here have never met camel. And I'm telling the truth, people have never seen camel. Come and see these animals there. They're there. The well-known elephant in Kenya, and it's a national heritage here in tourism. Here in National Museum. You go there, you meet Ahmed. He's from Marsabit. If you want to meet his offsprings, come to Marsabit. You'll meet many. These are more opportunities that are there that have not been exploited. These are opportunities that have not been mentioned in the research. My brother mentioned about the Lake Turkana, about the wind farm. We have the biggest wind farm. And he mentioned the saddest part that we don't have power in Marsabit. Even the next village next to Loyangalani has no power. And yet they produce power. And the Kenyans in Nairobi are using our power. You're not even paying us. That is how conflict comes about. We have this resource here. You are people using from Nairobi. We are not using. The next village, I'm telling you the next village, you'll go there and see for yourself practically. They don't have power. That is unfairness that is there in this country. So I really concur with what they said, the process. People from the village the next village have to get the advantage now. Culture, I want to mention this finally. We have more than 15 ethnic groups in Marsabit. A third of Kenyan ethnic groups are found in Marsabit. A third. Come and meet these communities. We have cultural festival. We have a lot of riches in Marsabit. A lot, I want to tell you, that have not been exploited for many years. We have the Gikuyus of Marsabit. They have land there, they own there, their business, they live there. Because of the mountain is there. So what I want to tell you is, welcome to Marsabit. These opportunities are there. As I said, we have these different groups. So sometimes when you hear this small conflict in Marsabit, it's inevitable for communities that are more than 15 living in one place harmoniously. Is a richness that we have never exploited. So welcome to that place. You'll feel for yourself the opportunities that are there. You've mentioned the renewable energy. Yes, one of them is that wind farm. We have sunlight for 12 hours in Chalbi. So if you want to have solar there, you'll have there. It is there. These are opportunities that are there that have not been exploited. Finally, don't forget we have the biggest chunk of land. It's lying there for all of us to use as a country. If you have excess population in other parts, please bring them to Marsabit. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Thank you. I'll now turn to the two representatives who are representing regional blocks, two very important regional blocks. We've already heard that it can be anywhere from 63 to 74% of the landmass of Kenya. So given all of the challenges and the opportunities that have been shared, Ms. Joyce, I wanted to ask, what is NOREB doing, for example, to address some of these challenges as an institution on behalf of the regional bloc that's being represented?
Thank you very much. Our appreciation to Interpeace and its partners for this meeting and for the work that has gone into the research. NOREB as an economic bloc, we basically is a coordinating body for the 8 North Rift counties, that is from Turkana all the way to Samburu. And as part of providing a solution to the many challenges that are faced by our counties, we recognize that 5 of the 8 counties in the North Rift are in conflict. They are in the Kerio belt. And so two approaches that we have taken as an economic bloc in an effort to be a voice and to be of help, of value in addressing these issues, is an approach of looking at all these issues from a gender perspective, from a gender lens. With support from Reinvent, we've developed a gender strategy for the region. You may ask yourself, why gender? But because issues gender are intertwined so much with the issues peace and security in our communities. At times we might look at, especially women, let me use the example of women in our communities, especially in the North Rift. It is a gender that is, these communities are largely patriarchal. So we make the assumption that women are not involved in the conflict. Women are not involved in cattle rustling and raiding and making an economy out of the whole cycle of animal theft and transportation. But when you look deeply into the communities, you realize that there is a cultural aspect of affirmation and being seen as a total man, let me use that term. For someone who has been able to go raid and bring home cows, they are praised. They receive a lot of affirmation from the family, from their wives, from their mothers. When these cows are raided and they are brought home, what happens next? I mean, they will be taken care of, they will be milked. Who is doing the milking? It is the ladies, it is the women. So at the end of the day, even if we feel that they are not part of the conflict, of the war, they are recipients of what happens in the conflict and what happens in the raid. They actually can give you more information about the raids and the conflict more than probably the area chief or the OCS, because they know who went for the raid. It is their husbands, it is their sons. When the cows come home, they are the ones who milk, so they know which homestead has new livestock that was not there last evening. So if they are to give you that information, you might actually know more of what is happening in the raid more than the police and the OCS and the government administration can give you. And that is why, as NOREB, we felt a gender strategy for the region and looking for interventions through the gender lens that would be able to impact on peace and security and involve them in the fight for peace and for peaceful coexistence of communities, because they are the ones who they play the role in what we call chini ya maji. They are actors, but up here and in our conversation and in our policy making, we want to assume that they have no role, but they are very active down there and they drive the whole conversation. So that is one approach. The other approach is on climate change, because a lot of the conflict that happens in our region is resource-based conflict. It's about pasture, it's about water, it's about movement of animals. It's about this community came and grazed in our area and took off with our animals. So if that can be resolved, then we will get to see a decline in the level of conflict, because if we can have communities have their own pasture, have access to water for their animals, because that is their livelihood, and probably give them alternative livelihood in terms of livestock production and commercialize it, then we kill this other aspect of the commercialization of the raids and the cattle rustling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Yassin, my question for you, I know that FCDC, I think NOREB also is a part of FCDC, and FCDC represents so many counties and is the main sort of interlocutor between the counties and the national government as well. What sort of policy changes or policy environment that do you think is necessary in order to really make these counties more attractive for investment?
Thank you very much. I have first to make a confession. Yeah, me and my sister here, I think I joined at the hip, not because we have mountains only, but some of the counties, in the North Rift are also part of FCDC. So that's one admission. The other admission is that, just like the PS had said, she's looking at Ambassador Amina as a role model. For me, we have met twice. And in all those instances, my boss. One, she is the one who wrote my letter of appointment, when I was serving at the NCIC. So sometimes I go to my archives and I see your letter of appointment. One. Two, secondly, working at the museum, she became my line minister. But I can assure you, I never went to see her because I don't cause trouble. So again, PS, you are not alone. Thirdly, I'm a he for she. So we need more men to talk about women issues. Yeah, so the role of FCDC, very clear, and what we have been doing basically is to help the counties. Again, I speak with a lot of fear because my bosses are here. They actually tell us what to do, but in this context, we help them coordinate, just like my sister here, in terms of law, legislation, policy frameworks. And I can tell you, in the last few years, a majority of them have already adopted a peace-building framework. And some of the counties already have laws in place, and they're saying the template there, it just needs to change the name of the counties, and you are there. So again, we have been helping them doing that at other levels. We sit with them when they are going to National Treasury. There was a big debate about this equalization fund, sharing of revenue. What formula should be used? Is it the population? What weight should be given the population? The land mass, 3/4, according to what we are hearing. Is that a factor? Because if you are talking of population, then you lose it in the FCDC counties, because there are only 12 million as opposed to 38 or thereabout. Also allow me to bring in my own experience. I also consult for an institution called, an INGO called Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, and I basically work in Nigeria. So for us to share the experience, first to thank the JJ brothers, Jackson and James. I think you have done well, but what I would have liked to see, maybe it is in your report, and this is borrowing from my own experience. One, I would have liked to see more about smart agriculture. I think we know what it means, doing things maybe in a more efficient way. Regeneration agriculture, they call it, link it to conservation, because some of these areas, when we are talking of mining pits and all that, it becomes important. Modern livestock husbandry, I wanted you to talk about ranches. There's an experience from Nigeria where they say fodder banks, pasture gives you more money. Grass, just growing grass, gives you more money than maize because you can harvest it twice or thrice a year. For maize, maybe it's only once a year. So I think let's see how these models can work. Of course, climate change. I facilitate process of dialogue in climate. We call it environmental peacemaking, where the issue is not ownership. The issue is shared threats on climate change and shared opportunities. So again, we need to see how we can introduce here. Gender and inclusion, she's spoken about it. We need to be very creative to do it in Kenya, but even for the process in Nigeria, which are supported by the German, we have two programs. We are calling it Weathering Pillar. The other one is Peace Corps. And they insist, if you want to get German funding, inclusion, gender and inclusion is key. And we have been told there are 3 R's. 1 R is presentation. The women have to be at the table, design all over, up to sustainable structure. Secondly, resources, they have to be given resources. And then the third R is rights. Women rights are human rights. It's not a privilege. They have to be heard. They have to be represented. It's not a question of adding and starring. It's a question that they have to be involved fully. So that when I say I'm here for she, I advocate exactly that. What I did not see in your presentation also, the JJ brothers, you didn't talk about LabSet. It connects the economic zone of some of these counties. And finally, cooperatives. When we're talking of, if we're looking at security, particularly for the other fairer sex, it's very difficult. They don't own land in some cultures. We know them, but perhaps through cooperatives, then we can create that opportunity for them getting loans and all that. Finally, a personal experience. One time, traveling to Nigeria, I said I'm sharing my experience. The immigration people came to my hotel, and they told me to go and report at the immigration offices in one of the states. So I went there, and they looked at my visa. I said, my brother, what business are you doing? Your visa is business here. I said, yes, I'm doing business. What kind of business, Are you a manufacturing firm? Are you a business person? I said, no. I'm a businessman, but in the peace business. And how is peace a business, And I told them, we go even further. We don't only make profits, but we also have peace dividends. They say, what is that? So exactly this is what we are doing now. How we can now create a nexus between peace, development, and security. So that becomes the challenge of all of us in this room. I wanted to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We wanted to give the chance now for anyone in the audience who would like to ask a question to our distinguished guests.
Thank you very much. I just want to first congratulate the organization of this forum. I think it is quite an eye-opener. But in doing so, let me also start by congratulating His Excellency the Governor of Mandera for the accolades you got globally in the last 2 weeks. And in that sense, actually, I think also, given what happened, I think you should amplify it a little more for Kenyans to come and see Mandera. because, what you have done there, you have shown us, we don't have a desert if we decide it is not a desert. So that is due. And I want to congratulate the governor of Elgeyo Marakwet, because from where I stand and having looked at development management and development economics for a long time, I think you got it right. Indeed, because the biggest problem we have had, of course, even if you have infrastructure, but the households are not organized to take opportunity, then we don't see the difference. And let me just share the perspective that if, for example, the smallholder farmers, the households even in what you call the Mlima Kupwa in Central, had not been taught, and places like Kericho and so on, if the households had not been taught how to grow tea and how to get organized to grow tea, this country will be very chaotic, because the levels of poverty in those densely populated areas will not have around us the peace we have today. Therefore, the focus on households is very critical, and I'm actually sure you will succeed. The only caveat I would like to add to that is what has just been said. We need to organize households in terms of cooperatives. Even if the ladies, for example, go to their work groups and so on, it is good that they're in cooperatives. Even poor households, when they are organized in terms of, therefore, as a sense of social capital, their potential sometimes exceeds that of a government. And we haven't given it sufficient attention. I can say from my personal comparative and hopeful perspective, the main difference between Tanzania and Kenya in terms of the past development trajectories has been the deficit. Even for Nigeria is the deficit they have in terms of social capital at the household level compared to what Kenya has had because of the way the cooperatives have been developed. And therefore, I would encourage all of you to take a little more effort, and even your development partners to take a little more effort to organize households. Poor farmers with a few goats who are organized are probably richer than whatever the government is likely to do for them. And finally, I would also therefore want to say that again, it hasn't been talked about here, but I have felt for some time that, we have faith-based organizations and we don't make sufficient use of them in terms of how, you can direct them with very little incentives to help you to organize your communities to achieve. And that is not unique to the Northern Frontier districts. It is actually common across, people just go and play and so on, and after that they go. But look at it this way. For example, madrasas and education, okay? How you could integrate madrasas and formal education to get much better results in education than we get. And it is true, even in other places where education is going down, that we have a lot of opportunity of using our communities through faith-based organizations to achieve much better results in terms of social development. So those are just my few perspectives I wanted to offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a couple more questions here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Njeri Dirango. I am in investment advisory. So I actually seek out opportunities, and we work with investors, both locally, international, to partner with teams on the ground to be able to, I can say, deploy funds. So this was a very interesting session that I've attended today. And from the discussion with the panel, there are quite a number of opportunities that I felt we can get investors to plug into. However, just to mention some items that I'd like to be maybe clarified or commented on. From investment advisory, we like to look at that investment agreement that was mentioned initially. And in this investment agreement, who are these partners that we're talking about? Where are these sectors? And I saw very good sectors that people can get into. Currently, I'm working with Gulf Cap Investment Bank. You know, these are the people who own Gulf Investment Bank, Gulf Energy, Gulf Power. And with the sovereign funds that we manage, these are the areas that they get to look at. I like the idea that AFDB is coming up with a security indexed investment bond. Very new concept. We hope you can capture the capital markets to tap into it. However, there's something that has been mentioned by the previous commenter in terms of working with religious bodies. Right now, we are trying to develop a sukuk. Either it will go into humanitarian. We've had one in Kenya that has gone into infrastructure. And we know sukuk are actually towards the Muslim faith. And funny enough, we have religious institutions like the Catholic Church that want to go into impact and ethical investing. Anyone who wants that, they will get to put their money into it. And remember, with ethical and impact investing, or even Sharia compliant investing, it's not short term. It's normally long term, because we want to see the outcome. So maybe my next question would be, what is this comfort that you're getting from the national government and the county government? Is it going to be, right now, I think the current leaders, we have 2 years to go, then another 5 years. So what is this comfort that we'll get as an investor? And maybe this falls under the PS and maybe the county government. What is this comfort that we'll get as investors? By the time that you're coming in and developing a fund, bringing in capital markets, and we get to roll it out. Apart from the German investors that are going to come in, or the development funds or the DFIDs that are going to come in, investors will definitely need to get that comfort from these particular endeavors so that we are also able to play into it. I like the fact that you mentioned on the social capital. Again, the women, if you educate a woman, they normally say you've educated the entire community. So I understand what NOREP was actually talking about. I understand what Dr. Ahmed was also talking about, that yes, let's have a gender focus and let's look at the grassroots so that we are able to work on it.
Good morning. I'm John Chemago, Chamber of Commerce, Elgeyo Marakwet. I only wanted to remind my governor, what he said is true. I only wanted to remind him of one thing. He talked about water. He has large rivers. But I wanted to remind him that he forgot the conservation of water. Actually, in Elgeyo Marakwet, we have water, yes, it is not sufficient. So we need quality and quantity. Another thing I wanted to say, there was time when Kerio River was dry. Now, crocodiles and snakes came from Flospa or Kimware area up to Russia. Now, to me, that was conflict. So we should also try to know how we are going to stay with animals so that it will not be dignified for human beings, but also animals. Lastly, I wanted to say shortage of everything causes conflict. So we need to know how we are going to conserve. And last statement for an old man like me, I wanted to say, when poverty comes through the door, love flies through the window. That's why we fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, my name is Belinda. I work for Hello Tractor. At Hello Tractor, we do tractor financing, but our major solutions are on providing fleet management solutions to tractor owners. So there are a few activities that we've done in 2 of the counties represented up front. From, maybe I'll start with Marsabit and then get to Marakwet. For Marsabit, we recently tried out doing conservation agriculture to the communities around there. Of course, it was a pilot program because that's something that has not been done in the area before. So we sent out a tractor and a chisel plow, just to ensure that the soils there are well taken care of. So what I wanted to know from the representative of Marsabit, Honorable Ali, is from our operations in the area, we really had a rough time to get the communities around there to embrace the practice, because they're already used to the normal, churning of the soil with the disc plow. And of course, we had to do a lot of mobilization, a lot of sensitization, education, just to let them allow us do their fields. So I'd like to know on your part, is conservation agriculture something that you're interested in? Of course, I know that your region is largely for livestock, but of course our people need food to eat. And so I would like to know if this is an area that you're interested in. And I'm also interested to know which people you're partnering with to promote conservation agriculture within the region. My second question is to Honorable Wesley Rotich from Elgeyo Marakwet. As Hello Tractor, we also do affordable tractor financing for unbankable farmers in various regions, so that they are able to get a 75 horsepower tractor and an implement at just 5% of deposit, so that they are able to, be able to do production in their area. I'm interested about the sorghum production that you mentioned in your region. Of course, 80%, the research mentioned that your people depend 80% on agriculture, right? So then that means that agriculture for Elgeyo Marakwet is a big thing. And so I wanted to know what practices do you put in place, especially in land preparation? Because it's only when land preparation is done well that the yields are also come out well. So those are my concerns.
Morning. I think it's still morning. Eh? Is it afternoon? So past afternoon now is 05 minutes. Eh? So my name's Khalifa Bey. I will start from backward. That is to all, I think, the excellencies and the FCDCs. One is about the research. Research gives us the gaps, but are we ready to implement it? The second is that we have resources. There's resource fatigue. Donors, 60 years down the line, we're still putting our hands to the donors. We have our own resources with us. Malabo Declaration has just said we invest 10% of our resources in agriculture, which of course will reverse the whole thing we are talking about here. Because the nexus is peace. But peace, when I'm angry, I don't think that there's any peace. So down the line, 6 years down the line, Northern Kenya is still talking about peace when investment, 3/4 of the budget is going into the national security. And research and innovation is very clear that we can do a lot with that investment and reduce, of course, the burden of this. I know, Your Excellencies, you have a lot of resources, but also you carry a lot of liabilities. But can you just give 2% of resources that is given to you back to the communities on the production so that you respond to the consumer needs? Because you will be setting a precedence and of course move out of what all of us are talking here. Because one thing is that county has shown here, and we are being shown everywhere, the investment opportunities. After this workshop, I think all of us, normally in my language and also culture, we have a very bad animal that's called hyena. and forget very fast. After here, we just forget everything that has been done. And of course, we go with the reports and it carries the dust. The brains are here, the good brains are here. I think we need to move the conversation out of these big hotels and workshops to the implementation perspective. Because policies are there, but our policies, we have never taken stock of this country. From Sessional Paper 5 of 1965 of marginalization to just recent one of 2008 of the policies that has come out that has integrated a lot of these issues and talk of even northern Kenya, which is 89% of this landmass. 89%, which is still turning this country, is turning into ASAL. 89% is carrying, it's becoming to be ASALs. So can we speak to our hearts, not our minds, and implement it? Because it is surely very bad image when donors are sitting here investing billions of shillings, and at the further end, because we know, my friend from FCDC is talking about LabSet project. We are now, NEDI is talking about an investment, capital investment from Isiolo to Mandera. That is 1960 down the line. We're talking about opening up the ASAL counties. But this is a fragile environment, carrying a lot of opportunities, not only on livestock production, but also in the very big investment of the woodland resource base that we normally carry. So I think we need to revisit the whole of our conversation and just tweak it from where we live, because like what JJ have said already here, it's a very big words, big. But now, can we just trickle it down, take one implementation matrix and say, this is what I can run away with it and invest in it. Thank you.
Please be brief. We are
Thank you.
Short of time.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Kimeu from Africa's Voices Foundation. As Africa's Voices, we believe in development as a conversation, and so we endeavor to place the voices of citizens at the center of decision making and development. And therefore, I want to encourage all of us to think of development in that perspective, because we do what we do in the name of and for the benefit of the people, and then they have to be right in the middle of it. And so my point was two things. With the FCDC and Garissa University, a couple of months ago, we released a report which was really harnessing the citizens' perspectives on the drivers of conflict in the frontier counties. And a lot of what has been mentioned here came out through that report. But some of them, the issues were a bit surprising for me, and perhaps I needed to just flag one or two. The land issue, and Governor Rotich, you mentioned that, the land tenure issue, which I think for many of us who may not come from that area may not see it as an issue, but it comes out as a potential issue with the scramble for land catching up with that region. And the scramble for land here is both for Kenyans and non-Kenyans coming to invest and do activities in those places. And the question is, how do we protect the people generally from the potential conflict that comes with that kind of thing? Secondly, I think the gentleman who spoke before me spoke about us moving away from the hotels. And I think for us as Africa's Voices, we use radio as a medium of conversation. So we could easily have this conversation on radio so that we also involve people in that conversation and therefore place them in that decision making. My third point, which I think is just probably just my own imagination, is the role of our academia in all this. We've worked with Garissa University. I personally see it as an oasis of knowledge, and all this knowledge about smart agriculture, conservation, and all that would come from a world-class research institution could be useful. And I know we've had as a country a disconnect between our academia and development. And I would challenge us to revisit that and make sure that the academia has its prime of place in the development of this region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I will be very brief. I know we're late. My name is Francesca Ricelli. I'm the head of program for the UN World Food Program. I am new to the country. I've been 20 years in the organization, but in Kenya only a few months. So my colleague Daniel is also here from the World Food Program. I will skip the comments and go to the question. I think there is building also on some of the previous comments. We know the connections between food security and peace, and being out there in the counties with operational arm by arm organizations that work with county governments is really working in some cases. So at least what I've seen so far, traveling and also speaking to communities and to counterparts. But really the question is, what can we, development organizations with large scale, impactful investments as well as interventions on the ground, can do better to help you attract the investments, but also to help you spend these investments in a way that they bring peace dividends and positive outcomes for the communities, for the food systems, and for this positive cycle of human capital building and really putting peace at the center. We are really interested in linking what the academia and the research, like the one presented today, speaks to, and those entry points are the types of things that we're bringing in the programs that we do with the county government. So we're really, this is so relevant for us to put it in practice, and anything we can do better or more from the World Food Program, we're really interested in the next years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to give each of you a chance to respond to the questions you'd like.
Thank you very much. I will respond to about 3 questions and then leave the rest to Excellencies to deal with. I'll start with my sister from Gulf. And you ask about the investment comfort. I think the investment we are talking about here, although I didn't go through the book, is my assumption is that we need to encourage private investors to go to these regions. And a private investment does not tie to a lifespan of a government. So we have organized forums like the Chamber of Commerce, which is based in every county, and they have affiliates to a national body, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, and is it called Trade or Industries? I'm not very sure. And then we have SACCOs. So the most important thing is first to find out, is there an opportunity, which we are told yes, there are opportunities and which we can tap into. And then can we do as a county government, can we look for an investment? No, of course we are being guided by the laws of this country, including the PFM Act and all other relevant laws. For us to go through or get a loan, then we have to go through a long, tedious process like doing resolution at the county levels, both at the executive and assembly, and then the national treasury, the foreign affairs. It's a long way. It has never worked. I'm not sure I'm not heard of any county who has gone through that process and get an investment. So from where I sit, the investment you're talking about is how can we encourage the private investors, give them the avenues, and then facilitate them so that they invest in those counties. I think that's where, not about tied into the life of a governor. So how can we work with those structures? We have the Chamber of Commerce, we have SACCOs, we have also individual business people in that area. If we can get support, then they can even partner with now the external investors. That now brings us to the issue of land channel. Of course, the challenges are there. In northern lands, we have is community land. In Mandera, we have looked at our records. The number of titles for entire Mandera County is about 1,300. Those, again, not chunk of land just plot in Mandera town. The entire county, I said about 26,000 square kilometers, has not been even set aside. Even the sub-counties we have are not set aside under the land channel system. We have started that program. We have formed a HADO committee. I think the law is very clear on how we do that, so that we set aside the settlement, the market centers, the townships, and the municipalities carved out of the community land. And then the rest now left to the communities. Can we do the registration of the communities? Is a very delicate and emotional process. We have been discussing, and it will take a bit of time. But for investors, we still engage the communities because the county government is the custodian of the community land. So with the public participation between the communities, the county government, and the investors, we can still avail land for feedlots, we can still avail land for mining and all other things. So the comfort we should be talking about is not tied to the lifespan of a governor, but the relationship between the communities there and the investor. On Khalif, I think he asked questions and he attempted to respond and answer most of them himself. But he said there's a lot of resources. Even me, I used to believe that when I was not a governor. Before I became a governor, I thought there was a lot of resources. And when we are talking about an area of 71,000 square kilometers or 26,000 square kilometers, like Mandera, we have about 500 settlements. Now, all the 500 settlements require basic things: water, education, and that is when we talk of education, schools, water, and health facility. Just basic. By the time you've reached half of the settlement, the 10 years is already over. So when we are talking about a lot of resources in counties, we just need to dissect it and look at the programs that we do, and the budgets are online. I think the report of the COP is very clear on how we disperse this money. So the money is not a lot, my brother, but we are struggling with basic things as people from that region. Yeah, when you have seen the bridge there to Kapendo, you know how that bridge looks like? You wonder whether it is a footbridge for human beings or whether it is for a vehicle. There are a lot of our hands are full. Nevertheless, we have been attempting to so many programs. I think Governor Wilson has said that. For in our case, after the 3 years of cycle and drought, the entire population of livestock in that region were finished. Those are the resources they rely on to pay their school fees. So it forced me to pay everybody's school fees in Mandera County. Anybody who's going to a secondary school in Mandera County, public school, Mandera County government pays for them. Now we are running it for the second year. You can imagine how much it will cost. We are talking about 24,000 school-going students to secondary schools. If I don't pay, what will happen? School dropout, no industries to work, there's no agriculture. The next thing is they cross to Somalia to be radicalized. That is only one component. You struggle to supply drugs to those centers. You can imagine how many there are. You struggle to build classrooms. We are not still talking about quality education. We are still talking about access to education. We are two different levels. In some places, people are talking about quality education. In some places, we are talking about access. That's why the illiteracy level of those counties are huge. And so just wanted to say that, but that doesn't mean that we should not do better than what we are doing. We have already started investing in agriculture, that is food production, of course at a smaller level. I've been struggling to make sure that our livestock, the remaining ones, should not die of diseases. We're exposed to so many, we are bordering 2 countries where there's no formal government on the other sides, and then the movement of animals from one region to another, and then the outbreak of livestock diseases. We always struggle with that. And we are also struggling with how do we provide skilled labor, the vocational training centers. I'm sure they mentioned that in the report, because most of our people there rely for skilled services on people who come from other parts of the country, the mercenaries, the people who are in construction workers. So we are supporting the technical institutions, paying them the fees, including examination fees, so that people get skills so that they create jobs instead of looking for jobs. Finally, you are aware of the exodus of teachers from those regions because of the insecurity. We were forced to do national government functions, putting up a training college in those areas, sponsoring 50% of those who are going to be trained as teachers to encourage them to be teachers. So that our hands are full, but I agree with you, we need to invest in those areas. And the investment we should be talking about is how do we create a good environment? How do we, the two things I like from this presentation is the process matter. And then there's peace. Where there's no peace, there's no development. And when there's no development, there's no peace. So how can we now discuss about this so that we create a conducive environment for our people or for other people to come and invest in those areas? Maybe I'll leave the rest for others to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. And I'm very conscious that we are eating into the time of our dear PS, who's really given us time today, and we really appreciate it. So if we could ask the other panelists to be brief, we'd really love to have all of your responses.
I think my colleague has largely responded. I will just quickly say my sister Jerry said something which is any investor will actually ask, and I think my friend has answered. But what I would say, Jerry, is that the laws that we have in Kenya currently are highly protective of any investor. If you pay, for example, your licenses, you have invested, you have followed all the laws, I don't think you will have a challenge. However, to fix and to ensure that you have no fears, I suggest that you are trying to give us a way forward of this meeting, which will mean we need this Interpeace to be supported again to do feasibility studies of some of these 2 or 3 investment opportunities and have us as pilot projects. So if we do those feasibilities now, it will clear all your fears and you can be able to do it. For example, in my county, I am looking for someone to do for me a cable car, a Dominion Farms kind of project in the Kerio Valley. You know the Dominion Farms, the investor who was frustrated in Nyanza. If I was to get such an investor, it is an investment that brings the community, it marries the social capital in terms of the cooperatives, and there is a way when even another governor comes and wants to frustrate that, the community are protective, they may even kill the governor because the investor is too dear to them. That is what, that is the psychology, sorry to say, that the Mexican drug lords have used, where they brainwash the whole community, school the children, help the community. By the time government wants to arrest them, it is impossible. It's the community which is protective. Why don't we apply, of course now positively, in our area by making sure that our communities are intertwined in that. Secondly, my sister from Hello Tractor, mechanization is also does beautiful job in those regions. We even piloted sorghum harvester this year. The farmers were so excited and they were actually almost killing me to buy them that immediately, and I didn't have the money to buy it. So I can tell you, Elgeyo Marakwet is a virgin land for that because the mindset has already changed towards cash crop. And you are welcome with your team. You can sign with us and we can expose you to the community, and for that I don't need to use money. 5% is good anyway. I'll just expose you to the cooperatives and to the farmers. On Mzee here, I said, when poverty comes through the door, love goes through the window. I will add and say, poverty is a huge company. When you have poverty, gender-based violence, conflict, everything follows, even health, everything follows poverty. If you are in Kiambu here, there is less chance that a woman can be even undertaken through FGM. But in Elgeyo Marakwet, deep, it is very easy for a woman to be forced to FGM because they have no voice. I am poor. I rely on the community to help me. But if I have my money, I'll tell my friend, my daughter is not going through that because I know I'll pay for my daughter fees. But if I rely on the community on food, I will have to accept. Not because I like my daughter to go through it, but because the community has said, then she has to go through it. So poverty is a very bad thing. He has talked about water, and we have that excuse. When I was doing the cash crop thing, the biggest, because I did public participation, People say, where is the water? Where will I get water in my home? We have brought an innovative way of having water harvesting using water dam liners. So I have already initiated, over 2,000 farmers are using it, and it's revolutionary. So Kenyans like excuses, but I am more brighter than them because I've told them, if you tell me there is no water, I will have to give you a solution. So Kenyans, if you are not careful, Kenyans will always have excuses on anything. So I have also threatened them with court to take them to prison if you don't implement what I'm saying. So that has worked some. Of course, I don't have a lot to use on that, but I threatened them so that they do it, and it has worked for me. And my brother talked about production. I want to tell you, even in the northern part, no investor will come to Elgeyo Marakwet or to Mandera when there is nothing to process. That is why I was pushing my people towards production. So I want to echo his sentiments and tell him that as counties, we are going to push on production so that we can be able. Finally, he's on IGRTC chair, talked about cooperatives. I can tell you, if there is a beautiful story which has not been told so well about Kenya, it's about cooperatives. We have not done it so well. In my previous life, I was the director, immediately I left the bank, I was a director of cooperatives in my county for just a year. What I did in that year propelled me to be a deputy governor and to be a governor today. I can tell you, if we actually invest, and even this program should be expanded to mean to have even cooperatives, to organize the people. An organized society can do wonders, even without any external resource. Organized community can be able. So I want to say, even us from the 3 counties, we have actually to work on cooperative sector so that we can be able to transform those communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Governor. Please allow me to interrupt at the moment. Our CS has to depart, so I would like to give her the opportunity to say some final words before her departure. But the conversation has not ended, and we will come back to get the rest of the responses. Okay.
Thank you, and mine is just brief because my colleagues have touched on many areas that all of us are supposed to respond on. I will also insist on feasibility studies on areas specific maybe for, let's say, Marsabit in this area, Mandera in this area, such that even when investors coming, their work is somehow easier. I want to answer high-low tractor conservation agriculture is something new in Marsabit, because don't forget that Marsabit, the population is relying so much on pastoralism, more than 80%. So agriculture basically is something new to some community. If you go to Borana, it's something new still, because they are animal keepers. Only few, let's say maybe Burji. If you go to Logologo, you'll find Rendiles, and many projects have been done in Logologo, and it has not been successful. So it's because of that challenge. So it's a slow process that people are diversifying their livelihood. That is a process that is taking place. You can interact with me so that later on we can talk about how we can go about it. Then the issues of land. Most of lands in Marsabit, we've gone steps, and most of them are in the process of being registered as community land. So when investor is coming, you'll go through the community, and you'll get a place to do the investment. As a county, we are encouraging that. At the moment, I know we are custodians of the land. Then issues to do with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. It's a new thing also in Marsabit, but it has stayed now. It's more than 5 years. I'm happy to have the chairman of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce here, my brother there. It's something new, but there's change, and the opportunities are there, as I mentioned. So you can liaise with our brother also to get more information. SACCOs are doing great works, but you know, there's that creation of awareness that is needed all over the county. Don't forget that vast county that I mentioned about. So it's a process. There's a lot of success in that, and I wanted to mention. Finally, what has not been covered so much about Marsabit is issues to do with climate change in our report that skipped my mind. We've been given by the national biggest share of trees that we were supposed to do, because climate change has really affected our people in Marsabit. And I think it's also an area that as a country that we need to focus, because that is going to affect our livelihood definitely. And with all kinds of famine, hunger that we are going through because of this thing that is happening all over the country. And the whole world is addressing this. So as a county also, it is an area that needs a lot of attention. Feedlots that I did not mention is something new in Marsabit also. It's done all over the country, but Madam P.S., your colleague P.S. Kelo recently launched that process plan in Marsabit, a place called Walda. Is a big thing that's going to take place, supported by the national government, and I'm sure it's going to change the mindset of our people about just keeping animals for fame. You know, most of these pastoralists, they have animals just for fame. They are not making money out of it. Even during the drought, you'll find the herder is dying trying to save the animal. You know, that's a big challenge. It's all over. The pastoralists know that. We can save our animals, but we can die ourselves. For our sister from WFP, you're welcome to Marsabit. We are doing a lot of work together. We look forward to work together more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If I may, PS Micah to give us some words before departing, but as I mentioned, we will continue the conversation.
Thank you very much. I am really very sorry I am doing this. I rarely leave meetings midway, but I have to be somewhere in a few minutes. Please allow me to just give my final remarks. I would say the mood in this room is what we should be doing every other time. I like the passion, the energy with the consulting team and how you presented your work. That was so well done and with clarity, and seeing the opportunities we have in our 3 counties, that gives a representation of the many other counties we have. And the collaborative spirit in this room clearly shows that we are ready and it's the time for action. I would be working very closely with Interpeace, like I alluded before, that we are almost signing our MOU to make this a reality. Somebody has talked about the many meetings we have in big hotels. That is very common with government and majority of us. We would want to change this narrative of working from hotels and going back to where implementation is supposed to be happening. So it is a moment to action. It is a moment to bring all the stakeholders, all of us together, so that we make it a reality. I talked to Hassan, whom we have been engaging before, and I think it should be a frequent kind of a thing to be happening by bringing government, bringing in the development partners, bringing in the representatives of the people like we have today, our governors, and not just the northern Kenya counties, but all the counties of Kenya, because we would want to bring everybody on board, listening to even what is happening today. There's a lot of instability here and there, issues around development. So this issue of peace is not just in the northern Kenya or in some particular areas. So we must be deliberate in integrating peace in our development as a country. So I want to give the commitment of government, the commitment of the State Department for Devolution to work very closely with Interpeace and all the other partners who are doing similar initiatives. Governors, my very good friends, we work together. This is an opportunity. It is a responsibility of government, it's the responsibility of leadership to ensure that our investors have the right environment to invest. So if we don't ensure that our areas are safe for our investors, then it can be a conversation. Just keep going round and round. And I like different approaches which different counties have embraced. Governor, you brought in the military. You built so many police centers, but that did not change the conversation. The conversation must bring food on the table for the people. If you give people an alternative, they'll definitely not do the wrong things. By the way, the many people who do the wrong things, it's because they have no alternative. So the approach you are having in your different counties, I think it is the right way to go. So thank you very much. Once again, our commitment as government, specifically State Department for Devolution, we will be working together. We will make this a routine, just having this conversation and making sure we move this from the boardrooms to the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pearson. Thank you for giving us your time today. We want to continue the conversation. We have about 20 minutes left. I hope that all of you will accord us that time so that we can conclude our sessions.
Just probably to add a voice on the issue raised on the comfort of investors in making their investments in our counties. I think there is all legal and policy framework that provides comfort to our investors in terms of returns to their investments, in terms of security, in terms of what they can get out of their investment. So I just want to give that assurance that at both levels, at the national level and at the county level, there is all mechanisms to provide support and encourage investors into our regions. So there should be no cause for fear in terms of change of government. Of course, we have the 5-year cycle, which we cannot change at this point, but the only thing we can change is how the investment is ingrained in our communities and in our societies so that it gives it the continuity that any investor would desire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, really, there's one issue I forgot to mention in terms of investment is how can we tap into climate finance? I think there's money out there. So how can we help our country and our counties really to tap into that? If you're talking of climate change and all that. Marsabit, I think you pride yourself as the county of diversity, county of so many contrasts and all that. Working at the museum, you know, I have learned a lot, and I've been to Langalan Festival several times. But then we have to fight with the Ethiopians, not physical fight, in terms of marketing the cultural tourism. So cultural tourism is a big market out there. So I happened to attend a meeting with the Ethiopians when we were doing World Heritage meeting in Ethiopia, and your problem is also with the Turkana. I don't know how you'll handle it. So they pride themselves as the cradle of humankind. So what do we do ourselves? So I think the argument is, you know, they are saying they have Lucy. Lucy is what they got as a fossil. and we have the Turkana boy. I don't know if it should be Turkana or Marsabit boy. So the argument with them, with the Ethiopia, what should we do now? So two things. One, I told them we don't need to fight. What we can do is let's marry Lucy and the Turkana boy. But then also the argument that if you are the cradle of humankind, I think we Kenyans, no, and I speak for ourselves here, I think we are even before the cradle, the conception of humankind. So we came before them. So I agree with you that everybody belongs to the Marsabit County. Finally, not finally, maybe, is this process will succeed in whatever we are doing, whether development, investment, whether mediation, if we are able to link the community, the county level, and the state level. I mean the national level. Everybody has a role. So how do we make sure that there's a linkage in this structure, no? In all our process? I can tell you as a practicing mediator, you will not get it wrong if you are able to link the dots. The crocodiles, on a light touch, I think we have to consult the crocodile eaters. Maybe let's look for Mgatana. Of course, next steps. I think this is a pre-feasibility. I think there's a recommendation. We move to feasibility. Let's go county by county. Maybe, I think more in depth. I think yours probably was intended to give us this report. Very nice. I congratulate the three of you, and the two who are now called the JJ brothers. No? They have done wonderful work for FCDC. I think commitment is to continue supporting the counties. No? Our bosses are here. We just provide coordination. We'll continue to support this inter-peace process. And I think I leave it there. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our distinguished guests who have been sharing all of their ideas with us. We are really approaching the closure. So Interpeace has had two very privileged partners, development finance institutions, that we just want to recognize and give an opportunity to respond to some of the discussions that we've been having here. As I understand, we have someone who's the regional director for Horn of Africa at KFW. Could I perhaps get a couple of comments from you?
Yes. No, thanks a lot. So my name is Daniela Enrique Klapanans, and I'm recently appointed as KFW representative, regional director for the Horn of Africa. Horn of Africa, in the Horn of Africa initiative includes Kenya. In the KFW definition, it's just Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan, and IGAD. However, I've been active in this sphere of peace-positive investments for a long time. Not only with KFW, but also with the World Bank Group. So Bettina is my esteemed colleague from the IFC. And I have to say that it is difficult to convince partners to do peace-positive investments. That is for sure, and I think we all cannot. However, I think we are now coming into a time where everyone sees that it's absolutely necessary. We are talking about northern parts of Kenya, and we had heard very positive examples how investments can give hope, can give perspectives to people, and how people who are included feel very comfortable and feel loved in a way, and feel acknowledged, so that that is the basis for being peaceful in our relationships. So this is very, very important, and this is true for community level, but I'm also talking about, country level, yes? I mean, the same applies. So it's an honor for me to be here. although I'm not responsible or not, like Kenya is not in my portfolio anymore, but I'm based in Kenya, so I live here. And so for me, of course, it's very important as well, having these kind of events. And yeah, and you can be very much assured that KfW is in close contact with Interpeace, also with regards to the principles and the framework, which will be presented afterwards. And the countries I'm covering now, we are already following these principles. So investing without investing in the community is an absolutely no-go. Investing in a way that only parts of a community or a whole country benefit from that, it's an absolutely no-go. But as I also said in the beginning, it's sometimes difficult to convince, because you have to take a bit of extra effort, yes? You have to be on the ground, you have to understand, you have to talk to the community, you have to understand what's really needed, what they want, and how they can benefit. But as I said, we are willing as KfW to go this extra mile, and we're going it with you. I mean, good, I'm talking now to Kenya, but with Somalis and Sudanese and South Sudanese, of course, as well. So, no, thanks a lot for the, yeah,
thank you very
having
much.
me here. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd also like to get a few words from Mr. Emmanuel Nyirinkwaya. I hope I said that properly. Check, yes, okay. Yes, we're requesting a blank check from the African Development Bank.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Emmanuel Nyirinkwaya. I'm a regional fragility and resilience at East African Regional Office. I've been in Kenya, I think end of September, it was my 3rd year, but Kenya is not new for me, because before I joined the Africa Development Bank, I was working in Kenya for another organization, so it's a country which I know very well, and also, fortunately, it's also part of my portfolio. So all those questions you are raising in this forum are not new for me, but still, we still have a way to go, because there is a lot of politics around that. There's also a lot of opportunities, as you were mentioning that. I want to say that from the Africa Development Bank, our entry point for any operation, any investment we intend to do, our entry point is the National Treasury. So I want to encourage this forum, particularly the governors through their technical line ministry with the devolution ministry, to have internal dialogue to see how those questions can be brought to the table and be considered in our strategic document, which is a midterm document we call country strategy paper, which is a kind of contract between the government of Kenya and the African Development Bank. Because this is the only way we have flexibility to support. I want also to assure all the issues raised here, even all the sectors, are part of our 10 new strategy, 2024 to 2033. So I think there is a window of opportunity. But what we need to bring Africa Development Bank to support all those issues is the National Treasury. However, the National Treasury has invested more than $500 million in the northern part of Kenya. I can say 2 transport projects, one of the northwest, another one for northeast, and there's also an education project. We cover the 12 counties of Asal area, which is NACONECT is implementing. So to conclude, I want to say the issue which we are dealing here security, conflict. It's part of the Africa Development Agenda. The bank started to think about it since 2008, and we have moved far away. We are the first institution in the world which has defined the word fragility and resilience, and we are putting all our regional member countries with 54 to do what we call fragility assessment and resilience opportunity. So we do it at the level, at the country level. We do it also as our strategic partnership Interpeace has done for some countries. And it's also an opportunity to see how we can partner with Interpeace. The bank has signed, as we heard this morning, this strategic partnership last year, October, when the Interpeace were attending our Africa Resilience Forum, which is an event which we organize every 2 years, which means next year we are going to have another forum. And we are willing to partner with them in many countries in Africa. So this is really a good example. I was telling Marco during the break that this job, this is what I'm doing myself. But the only difference is that terminology, but the outcomes are the same. So we need to see how we can invest in peace. And it's exactly what I'm seeing this presentation. It reminded me when I was working in West Africa. It is exactly the picture of what is happening in Mali. Mali, it's a big country. If you look at the north part of Mali, in terms of territory, it's big, but in terms of population, it's less than 5% of the population. And when we are discussing with people from political leaders, some of them you hear they are saying that, why do we need to invest there? Why we don't have a lot of people? But we keep reminding them there is a political dividend for investing that, even if there is no economic or financial return. But we have to work closely with the different partners to see how we can convince political leaders to see how we can invest in those fragile environments. In conclusion, I want to assure you, my predecessor said it's very difficult to convince for African development. We don't have that issue. We need just to align to the national strategy, and we are ready to work with you. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. And thank you, everyone, for such the rich exchange, the discussions, the ideas that have been shared. And we really encourage everyone to network. As we conclude, really like to have final words from our Interpeace board members. We are very fortunate here in Kenya that we have representatives of our regional board from East and Central Africa and a representative from our international board. So we'd like to ask Mr. Lazarus to speak on behalf of the regional board, and then we'll have Ambassador Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much indeed. It has been a great pleasure for us to have this function today. It has really highlighted a number of things we have gotten from the ground. The governors have really talked, and we have really appreciated what is happening and what we need to do in the future. And I think this is good collaboration, very important collaboration, and it has given us an opportunity also to what it is that other partners are thinking about what we need to do. Because it has been said, if you sat in the office and you don't collaborate like this and have a meeting like this, then you don't go far. But it has come from the hearts of the governors and other collaboration partners that we need really to get even closer, and we shall get an opportunity even to visit those areas. And I think what has come out is really good, so important for us, and this will strengthen our position. We really thank. I have got a director also, a board member. here who is going to give just one word or two. It is very important for us at least to hear what Josephine has got. Please.
Thank you very much, fellow board member Lazarus, and of course our other board members, my dear friend Ambassador Amina, whom we sort of grew up together with, professionally and otherwise. I really want to thank everyone. Thank you, researchers, for the great work you have done. And I want to thank the governors, deputy governors, NAREB, FD, etc. Yeah, really for your comments and for the many ideas that you have shared with Interpeace. We are so grateful that you took the time to come and to share your views, to give insights of how the work of Interpeace can be more impactful. We also want to thank those of you who continue to support Interpeace financially and with many other ideas. Thank you so much for your commitment to Interpeace and the work of peace in this country. I began working on peace issues over 30 years ago with the then late Ambassador Kiplagat. And today I am so glad to know that there is a home that I need to go and establish in Marsabit. And I want to ask, many of you who are here need to join me for the homecoming party. So, Deputy Governor, we are coming. You have invited us. Thank you for what you're doing in Mandera. I know it's a vibrant place and there's lots of opportunities. And thank you for inviting Interpeace and being very supportive of our work there. Governor, I think wisdom should be your name. Yeah, for the ideas that you have brought to your county. I've been there many times. I've been to Iten, where they do the paragliding. I've been to the valleys where they produce wonderful fruit. I mean, it's an amazing county. Thank you for the work that you're doing there, and thank you for supporting Interpeace over there. Homecoming, we are coming, and thank you also for your support to the work of Interpeace. The two last speakers spoke of something that is also very dear to me about the gender strategies and the inclusion of women in the work that goes on. I'm a former regional director for UN Women, so a lot of the things you talk about are things that I have worked on myself in this region and in West Africa. But I just want to say how grateful we are to all of you. We in the board of Interpeace are greatly appreciative of all that you do to make the work of Interpeace a success. And on this note, I also want to thank the staff of Interpeace, those who've worked on the research, those who've worked on the program, those who've done so much to bring this together. Thank you so much. The Lord bless you as you travel back, travel safely, and we will see you in your counties, not just for the homecoming, but we'll also visit you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now for some final word from Ambassador Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador, for, it's not good to talk after Ambassador Amina speaks. I think as we come to the end of this discussion, I think I stepped out when people were introducing themselves. But in this room, we have people who are connectors between financial institutions and financial opportunities. A number of them are here. When somebody, Hello Tractor, probably was being mentioned, many of us probably do not know. But when you hear about Uber, Faras, you realize how they have brought down the cost of travel in Nairobi from the ordinary taxis that we used to use to taxis that are very cheap. So Hello Tractor works on an operative systems very close to that. If I just want to give a simple example of the kind of people we have in this room, where if Mandera County would probably want to plow 10,000 acres, all you need to talk to them is to talk to them, and they will avail all the necessary tractors that can be able, all as they require is alignment. A bit of alignment of the farmers and the plowing time and how to do it, and they can be able to bring all the massive tractors that are required at a very cheap, because of the massive work that needs to be done, they come at a very cheap, like the Uber. So we have many others who are here, whose main role is they have the capacity to get money from big institutions like African Development Bank, or the regional banks that are supported by African Development Bank through their private investment. Then they are able to provide those services. So as I stand here, of course, being somebody who has moved between those groups, the research, the field, and what the counties need, I stand at a position where I want to say that we need to have more dialogue. As Interpeace, ours is to provide the enabling environment. There will be opportunities of investment in Mandera, and we will encourage the investment teams that are here that at any opportune time we will reach out to you so that we can move to Mandera, and we facilitate the dialogue between you and Mandera. We'll move you to Elgeyo Marakwet. We'll also move you to Marsabit, not to discuss Marsabit issues in Nairobi, but to take the opportunities to the ground. So as we walk around that time, we will also want to appreciate our partnership with African Development Bank, KfW, and other partners that we work closely to help us continue making sure that the framework for investment, making peace-positive investment, are something that is going to be realized gradually. As Interpeace, we are like, the grease that makes the wheelbarrow move, faster. We may not hold the money, we may not hold any portfolio, but ours is to create the necessary instrument. We have intentionally brought in NOREP and FCDC because most of these investments sometimes are cross-county, are regional in focus. So we will also continue to be working with FCDC and NOREP as we continue to have this investors dialogue continue. One thing that came out very clearly is also that there are a lot of bureaucracies in this country, that if counties or communities need to access financial institutions, the bureaucracies around managing treasury is a very difficult mechanism. But these are all policies. These are all things that can be dialogued around. If treasury walks into a room, the counties are in the same room, State Department is in the room, every FCDC is in the room, and the financials are in the same room, and we have a common environment where all these discussions can be engaged. I believe that the red tapes that are usually there can also be addressed. So we seem to understand that sometimes these red tapes are there. I want to confess that there is a project funded by one of our partners in this room that was signed in 2018 in one of the counties in this room, but only started to operationalize. It was signed in 2018. It started operating in 2022, basically because of two things. One, of course, there was conflict. So that was an excuse people were. But the biggest issue was around bureaucracy, of how to move around files between treasury, and the development partner has given the money. 2018, the money is available. The people need the money. The service needs to be done. So as Interpeace, as we continue to engage communities, these are some of the realities we always hear and which we want to continue to say that it is no longer feasible to manage development and inclusion and creating vital voices of communities to address their challenges. So I think I will stop there. I did not stand up to start lecturing, but I just wanted to wrap up and say that there are more opportunities for engagement. We will continue, and as Interpeace representative in Kenya, we will continue to further engage these policies. We are talking about the principles of finance for peace and all the necessary information that we have. We'll continue to share and domesticate and continue to apply them and adapt to them in our context, and we look forward to that. And I take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency Ambassador Amina to give us our closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, Governors, Deputy Governor, FCDC, NOREP. Let me just say that this is probably one of the most consequential meetings that have been held on northern Kenya and the counties of northern Kenya. As the issues that were raised are issues that are actually quite publicly known, but that have never really been discussed in the manner that they were discussed today. Some of the information is public knowledge. Percentage of landmass that you control, for instance, that's been public knowledge forever. And yet it still is true that these counties are still the marginalized, the minority, right, in a country that they hold the majority of the land mass in. Yeah? And that's an abnormality. I don't think there's any other place that I know that has that kind of trend and that kind of situation. And so it needs to be corrected. Evolution was one of the most important things that happened in our country since independence, because it actually allowed people to be and to be included and to be allowed to participate at that level, at the grassroots level, and to learn from them what their most important priorities are, because everybody knows where their shoe pinches. I don't think that Nairobi knows better where the shoe in Elgeyo Marakwet pinches, than the people of Elgeyo Marakwet that have had to deal with all the challenges, from conflict to, resource, management, but also resource conflict. So I think that this conversation cannot be held in a closed room. I think it's one that must be held across different levels of engagement. And so I'm hoping that for us at Interpeace, I think this has just been an amazing journey. The research that was conducted, the wonderful report that you've seen, but also the conversations with the excellencies here today, with all of you, with all the participants that have been here. So we need to, think together about how this can be magnified. So that the issues that have been raised here are issues that will be known to many and will be normal to discuss and have a conversation on. Because that, I think, and Yasin, you agree, one of the things that I was most proud of was establishing the NCIC. Yeah? Because most of the commissions actually that were established in this country were established by me when I was the PS in the Ministry of Justice. Yeah? And so I'm really, really proud of what you were able to achieve at that time. Yeah, because that's when we actually started dealing with some of the issues that had bedeviled this country for many, many years, issues of ethnicity, of marginalization, of poverty, and all those. That's when they actually came to light. And one of the things I'll say is, an issue that we discussed with them at that time, because they came out with a poster. National cohesion, and it fell under my ministry. They came with this poster and told me this is the poster that we're going to be putting up. And it had hands of different communities, representing different communities of the country. And I told them, no, this is not all. We also have, Asian communities and other communities in the country, and we need to include them as well. Because when you are inclusive, I think it's much more, sustainable, right? To deal with the challenges that you have. Nobody has been left out. Everybody's views have been taken into account. Everybody's experience, their expertise, their knowledge, all of that has been used up to ensure that we have a solution that's acceptable to all of us. So I just want to say thank you very, very much. I think this is a beautiful conversation to continue. I think the report has given us the priorities that we need to focus on. It's wonderful that we have, banks and financial development institutions in this room. I hope that you'll be able to engage now with the counties directly, for those that can engage directly, and for the African Development Bank that has to engage through the National Treasury. I think Hassan has offered a wonderful solution. I think that conversation that we must have has to be held in a setting where everyone is present, so that when you come out of there, the solution is identified, but more importantly, it's included in the strategic, plan and papers that are signed between institutions and the Treasury. So having said all that, let me say that we are hopeful. Conversations are going to have a very positive impact on the counties and the other counties that are going to also be studied, and hopefully we'll have another report on the marginalized counties. We hope that what we have done today and what we'll continue to do in the future will have the impact that we hope it will have in your counties. Fortunately, I've been to all the counties that the governors represent, and I can tell you that that all of them have amazing beauty, and all of them have amazing opportunities, and the challenges are less, actually, qualitatively and quantitatively than the opportunities that exist in there. But we obviously need to focus on them. We need to make sure that we provide the resources that are required to take them from where they are today to where they should be. And I think the final thing I'll say is this. It's true that they have a lot of land mass, but nobody's going to move there if they don't have the development that is in the other parts of the country, right? Because people actually follow jobs, they follow development, they follow progress. And so by investing and constructing in these counties, what we'll be doing is encouraging people to move there, including from the counties that are either overpopulated or heavily populated. Yeah. Because they'll be following progress, they'll be looking for the jobs there. Obviously, there'll be much more, stability and peace, and that too, something that will attract them to this county. So it's just, I think, it's smart economics. Invest in, so you depopulate the rest of the country. Well, thank you very, very much, and I look forward to continuing this, conversation at another time. We at Interpeace are really grateful for your presence here today. Thank you.
We're officially closed. We invite all of you to lunch. Lunch will be served downstairs. There'll be someone there to give you the ticket to access lunch. So please join us for lunch, and please use the opportunity to network, because we want to make the vision that Ambassador Mohammed has set for us into a reality. Everyone in the same place, yeah? Downstairs, yes.
Yes.